Alright, it's 9 a.m. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to record on the go-to.
This conference will now be recorded.
I'm going to make sure I can share my screen.
this year off the papers.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any public comments? Has anybody put in any requests for a public comment?
No, I haven't seen any requests for public comment. So, thanks.
You bet, thank you.
Okay. All right, are we ready to?
I shut the speaker off.
You also need to turn your microphone on. Microphone and speaker.
Yeah, the microphone's off. So
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so I
So
guess
yours
we'll-
is off?
Yeah.
Okay, let's turn this off. Let's see if.
No, I think the speaker just turned itself back on when
Oh, okay. All right, so,
I tried to shut it off before I got in.
okay, does everyone else have their speakers off as far as you know? Okay. All right, here we go.
All right. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Are we ready for?
Yep. I guess we'll go on with administrative business.
Okay. Did you want to start with, first of all, can people, hopefully people on the call can hear. Did you want to start off with the COVID updates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. It's a pressing issue right now, so is Deidre available or?
Deidre?
Yes, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, basically, I just wanted to let you know, and I'm sure you know, we're up to 3 positives. But the good news is we have had 33 negatives. So the ratio is still about 9%. I do want to point out, I sent Tina, emailed her another signed mass gathering, or the one I put in place 2 weeks ago does expire on the 7th. So I signed another one, and this one will go until April 30th. So if you have questions on that, let me know. But basically, it's exactly the same. It's limiting the gatherings to 10 or less. Then I do want to kind of point out, I don't know if any of you, and by the way, we are getting another phone line put in, so if you hear all that background noise, sorry, it's not mine in the building. I don't know if you had a chance, I mentioned a site, it's called Unicast, where it presents it within the county. We were at a C on Friday, but now we have moved to an F. So evidently we are still having quite a bit of movement. I understand a lot of it is job related or essential, but I do want to encourage people to just travel to and from work. Try to limit your essential travel. Is there any questions
Deidre, this is Kim. You hear me?
Yes.
On that prior, distribution that you said is expiring on the 7th, didn't it say, under item number 2, religious meetings before? It says religious services.
That order, if I can, this is Jonah, if I could answer that one. That order is superseded by the governor. That they took out our control on that when the governor's stay-at-home came into play. So we have to go by the governor's orders.
So, church services.
The governor's order 2014 deals with mass gatherings, and our order, in conjunction with the governor's order, that is 2014, whoever has the most strict goes into effect. Now, the order that was put, the stay-home order, the 2017, it talks about essential travel and essential businesses. So the 2016 works in conjunction with the religious functions. Does that make sense?
Well, you know, it's kind of confusing. Oh, excuse me, this is Ken again. So, are religious services still exempt, or are we looking at 10?
The religious services are exempt, but they have to have the modifications. Like, you have to, certain religious services, but there are some guidance with that. Like, you still have to practice the 6 feet apart, and there's a list, and I can get that, of things they don't want happen. I know we have had some religious services where they have been, families have stayed in their cars, and the preacher has preached on a platform or something, and individuals have stayed in their cars. Now, there can't be, they can't be passing around an offering plate. There are some other guidance that I can get out to you all.
I just think there's a lot of confusion out there amongst the churches about what they can and can't do. I mean, most of them are trying to comply, but it's kind of confusing.
I've had this is Jonah, I've had 2 churches that I've seen that one was doing the loudspeaker and people were parked in an area with their cars. The other one adjusted over to an AM radio transmitter, and people are parked in their cars and speaking on the AM transmitter.
And that's what we're trying to encourage people, if they can, to do things like that, so that you limit that contact. Now, that does mean that only one family in a car. Also, you don't want to load up a car with a bunch of different people. Only the people that have one car.
Something to that effect that needs to be probably reinstated is if you need to go to the grocery store, it'd be nice to not take your whole family. I know it's a little difficult because everybody gets their own things, but it's just, then the hardware stores.
Make a list.
Yeah, hardware stores are the same. If you could just send one person from the family, I mean.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Deidre, this is Randy.
I do.
Deidre,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. I'm gonna back up to one of your opening statements. I believe you said 3 out of 33 tests or 39 tests. How many come back negative?
33 have been negative.
Okay, give me the criteria that you test them for that. Did they have a fever? Then is that, or just one of the symptoms? Is that the criteria for the test that you took on them, or they took?
There is criteria for if they send it to KDHE lab.
Okay.
And they have to have fever, cough, and it's kind of an algorithm that you answer these questions, and if you want me to post that, we can. It is on the KDHE website and testing priorities. However, you look on the KDHE website, the majority of the testing now is being done by private labs, and they don't have to meet criteria. The physician can base it on their determination.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess where I'm headed with this is that we still have the common thing that comes around spring, fall, winter, you know, is the flu or something. Do we still have that going around? Because that's the reason why symptoms are similar to COVID-19.
Yes, we have still influenza cases showing up. We have allergies, and there also is, and I believe it might be posted on our website, the difference of, there's a chart that addresses allergies, influenza, the common cold, and then COVID. I believe there's those 4 on that.
Okay, thank you.
Deidre,
I would like, yes. Yeah.
Are those tests still taking 7 to 10 days or 5 to 10 days to come back?
We have had some that one of the lab companies has been sending to North Carolina, and it has taken, we have had some tests take up to almost 2 weeks to get the results. However, now they're starting to send them to Arizona, so I think we're getting a faster turnaround on that. If they go to KDHE, right now we're getting them back usually within 2 days.
And the best bet is to go to KDHE if you can.
Yeah, the comment was made because I noticed in the news this morning that one came back positive yesterday, the same day the patient died.
Yeah, I read that too. I just kind of want to let you know the procedure with what we do when testing is done by a provider and sent to the KDHE lab. KDHE is automatically notified, and the individual is placed into a secure electronic system. We call it EpiTrax, and this system is only accessible by myself and another disease investigation, the nurse we have on staff, Wanda. Other counties have access to their counties, but we have access to Marion County. And if specimens are sent to a private lab, we are only notified if the provider notifies us. And therefore, we may or may not know someone has been tested until the results are entered into the EpiTrax system. Our local providers have been asked to notify us when testing has been done. But when testing has been done on an individual, the provider is supposed to notify KDHE within 4 hours of the testing, because if a provider is testing, we're thinking that there is reasonable belief that they could have COVID. So at that time, we treat them as positive until we get the results of their testing back. So the negative, once it shows up negative, it shows up on our EpiTrax system, which Wanda and I are checking the system every day in the morning and the afternoon. And that even means we're checking them on the weekends too. So as batches, like from private labs, batches are dumped into the system, and many of them are dumped in at like 2:00 a.m. on a certain day. If an individual is positive, the results are called to the provider. So then the provider must, if they went to a private lab, that provider must report the results to KDHE or the local health department within 4 hours. And now if they get sent to KDHE, they'll know right away when the test is positive. And then KDHE, like this weekend, they contacted me, and then that's when we start our investigation, where the positive case is interviewed. During that interview, locations and contacts during the exposure period are identified. And so we trace back 14 days from the first sign of symptoms to find out who the patient had contact with, to try to find out where that patient may have gotten, the virus. Now, when we're looking at contacts of the positive case, we go back 48 hours, and that's how we identify a close contact with that patient. And if a close contact is a household member or someone who has been with that person within 6 feet for more than 10 minutes. So, we have a lot of people asking us, well, why don't you say what town they live in, or who they are, or where they are located? Well, if you are considered a contact of a positive case, you will be notified by the health department. So that's what I always tell people. If you haven't been contacted by us, chances are you aren't a contact of that person.
Dee Dee, this is Kent. What about in the scenario where that person said the only places they've been is the grocery store and the hardware store?
Then, you mean within that 48 hours or that 14?
Yes.
Then what we try to do is KDHE looks for clusters, like for instance, the religious meeting up in Kansas City. It took them a little bit to figure out where that was traced from, but you have people that attended that, and they were starting to come down with the symptoms. So they can track that within the EpiTrack system. So if we would start getting, if people had told us they'd been to the grocery store or to other businesses or a certain, then with our next case, if our next case had been to that same place too, then we might start looking at that.
Thanks.
Did that the question?
Yes.
When a case is positive, when a person is positive, they are in isolation. That means they are not to leave their house. They're in isolation for 7 days from when they had their first symptom, or 72 hours after their fever, without any fever reducing medications, whichever is longer. Now, a contact to that person is supposed to be in quarantine for 14 days after the last day that they've had exposure with that positive contact. That's where it gets a little bit confusing, but we start that 14 days over. If you have a positive contact and say a family member a non-residing family member had visited the patient on day 2nd of the illness, and then we would start that 14 days from day 2 of the illness. But if that person came back to visit day 5 of the illness, then that 14 days starts over at day 5. Does that make sense?
Last contact.
Yeah, 14 days from your last contact. And these contacts are monitored. The nurse calls them, checks in on them, and if they develop any symptoms, they are to notify their healthcare provider.
Deidre, there's one thing that's been weighing heavily on my mind is all the people that are infected. You guys have a procedure making sure that they have a support staff to get them groceries and stuff like that, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And most of ours have had that in place. Now, we will have to find out, I mean, if we get people that don't have, that's one question we ask them, do you have someone that can meet your basic needs? And we will have to figure something out if a point comes to that. Is if anybody knows where we can get thermometers, let me know, because so far everybody has, everybody has had a thermometer, because that is one thing we ask them to take their temperature twice a day, and then they have to report that to us. So, so far, knock on wood, everybody's had a thermometer, but we are trying to figure out where we can get some in case someone doesn't have a thermometer.
Does it have to be a thermometer, or could it be a touchless gun, a radar gun, laser pointer? Or, I mean, I'm just asking.
I'm not that familiar with those, but it does have to be something that can record the body temperature, so.
Okay.
Yeah, if we have to get creative, we'll get creative,
Okay. Is that something you could do at a distance and not, I mean,
Yeah.
This may be an ignorant question, but are thermometers that veterinarians use, are they compatible with human?
I think so.
They just got their own loop.
I think that's something we'll need to investigate, but I know that would be a good source, maybe.
All right, I guess, Deidre, do you have anything else?
No, I think that's good. If you have no further questions, I'll let Randy kind of give an update on what he's been doing.
Okay, thank you, Deidre.
Thank you.
Morning. Over this weekend, we received the last shipment from the SNS stockpile that the state has. That's the federal stockpile that they push out. We received our portion, and it was generated by population, so that's the amount that we got was by our population. With that being said, the state is going to continue looking for other resources, and we are doing the same thing here, looking for other resources. And with that, Randy can probably remember this, Resolution 2013-27 authorizes me to spend up to $20,000 for these disasters for a variety of things, resources to protect life safety, necessary supplies, and so on. I believe you were the chairman at the time that happened.
Yeah. Yes.
So definitely would like to enact that, because we will be looking for these PPE items that we may come short on, try to find those so we put them in place to keep our first responders safe.
It's already enacted, isn't it? I mean, you just have to.
It is, sir, but I have to tell the chairman, and I just mentioned you because I think you were the chairman at the time.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I think it's been declared an emergency, so this fund should be turned loose. I don't
So
think.
I'm just letting you know, I made venture into that, so I just want to let you know ahead of time. Like I said, we have a couple people who volunteer some time. They're doing a lot of research for us, trying to find us different PPE items that our responders will need to try and help keep them safe. We're also looking into possibly finding a location for hand sanitizer, which is a very big shortage at this time. We have, as you know, we have 7 long-term recovery homes and 2 hospitals that are always looking for more resources, and we encourage them to do the same as we're doing, be on the internet looking for these items to try to take care of their needs.
Correct, Randy. I just, if you have to do something like that, please contact the chairman so he's updated on it.
Correct, that's part of the order.
Yeah, I thought it was. Okay.
Randy, I don't know if this can, maybe it's a Deidre question. How many ventilators do we have in this county?
The answer is 0, but that's a deeper question. She said no.
Yeah. And that is a problem nationwide.
Yeah.
I just read that places may have to put 2 people on 1 ventilator, and I read an article where some places they're looking at possibly putting 4 people on a ventilator. So that's the hospitals, I mentioned to them last week, they need to start looking at possible early discharge planning and some staffing patterns, because as we saw, the nursing home in Burlington is having quite an issue with that. And our hospital staff is not such that we have a lot to spare, so they're gonna start looking at staffing patterns and how we can best mitigate right now.
I've seen something to where on the PPE shortage, there's been some pretty creative ideas as far as making their rooms where penetrations are made through the wall into the hallway, and a lot of the maintenance items with the ventilators, with the oxygen tanks, those sorts of things, so that the maintenance staff isn't having to burn through PPE. I mean, sometimes you think that's common sense, but sometimes it's good to spread that around. Otherwise, they're changing out PPE room to room and burning through it really fast. And it's a way to cut back and find a way to reserve some of your resources.
Also, with the declaration in the order from FEMA, in this category B, which is part of the sector that we're on, it allows several things: emergency medical care, which will cover our EMS folks, which are reimbursable expenses. Purchasing the PPE, which is a reimbursable expenses, and also overtime is a reimbursable expense through this category. I know you visited about it last year. I had to revisit that in the case with our planner. If not, she'll be extremely high over on comp time, and we'll max it out in a hurry as things are going.
Yeah, and that is a 80-20 match.
It'll be 75-25. We haven't heard from the state if they're going to match yet.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
55.
With that information, I would like to move forward and change our vote, or I'll make a new motion that we go ahead and approve the cash payout for overtime.
That's executive session.
Are you
talking on the one individual that was requested previously.
Yeah. Because I was not aware of the reimbursement match. We were going to have to pay it out anyway. So we'd be much better off getting the 75 reimbursed.
If we're gonna do that, I think that all departments need to be notified of that as being a possibility, so we don't have anybody saying, why are they getting overtime and we're getting comp? You know, an explanation to the reimbursement.
And the category has to be for COVID-19, and not just any overtime, it just has to be for COVID-19.
Randy?
And
Randy?
I would like to say that Wanda may have some overtime. Normally, she's a part-time employee, but she is the one doing the investigations, and she has been putting some extra hours. I don't know if we're gonna be over 40, but I do know she'll probably reach her 1,000 hours. So that's something we'll need to look into also.
Yeah. Randy?
Yes, sir.
Give me the classification why you're working someone, I don't know how many hours you're talking, but what's, you know, her job classification, or the job classification had directions on it. Does it all fit? Does it not fit? Like you said, COVID-19 is the reason. Just want a good explanation of why we would be working that many hours.
Sure, you bet. We typically are doing 5 to 6 conference calls a day. Our conference calls usually start by 7 a.m., so we have to prepare for those. And the last one ends by 6 p.m. in the evening. And then we meet together as a team, discuss the last conference call, prepare for the very next day. So we're in here from 7 to 7, generally 7 days a week. Fortunately, yesterday we were able to only work, I think, 5 hours. Only had 1 conference call, so we were cutting down quite a bit. That's where it's at. We're putting all this together.
Okay, thank you.
She works. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go back to, I got a motion on the table, and I guess if I don't get a second,
I'll second it.
okay, got a second by Diane. Any other discussion about
Is
it?
that gonna include a directive to explain to all the departments the justification for doing that?
I will amend that motion to make sure that there's a justification and that Randy puts it across to any other departments that have a need for extended time on how they can get this reimbursement.
On the track field,
On the COVID-19.
I'll second it, amend.
Diane still holds a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
5-0. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, Randy, I didn't want to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure that got taken care of.
Hey, thank you. So yeah, we'll continue moving forward, looking for PPE and working with all of our medical facilities, and including our EMS director, in getting them what they need.
Randy, does that go to county employees then, or does it just stay with COVID-19 emergencies?
The terminology in the plan says emergency protective services, so it has to be part of an emergency response.
Okay.
For example, if this was a flood, emergency response would be calling out road bridges, put up signs and stuff. That'd be emergency response.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is that all you have, Randy, or does the commission have any other concerns or questions? With that, I think we'll just move on then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Deidre.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, ready for admin?
Mhm.
Okay. I have the minutes of March 31.
Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes? Any questions, concerns? Make a motion to approve the minutes. Second. Second by Randy. All those in favor?
Aye. Okay. I also have the ones from the 23rd for you to sign, because I made that revision that you asked me.
Yeah. And we already made a motion to
So
pass
it
that
just
as
needs a
amended.
signature.
Okay. Change orders? Or is that?
Yes. There's just one.
Okay. Don't please over to get the last one out. Full of liquid at the bottom. My jacket is now sterilized.
Yeah, I do have some salary sheets, and then while you're working on those, I'm gonna go get the early checks.
All right. We have a salary change for Gwenda Rutherford from 12/13 to 12/50. The reason is 1 year raise for ambulance. Have a salary change for Luke Dawson from 0 to 10, part-time seasonal, road and bridge, blacktop.
Space.
We have a salary change for Evan Edenbrock from 0 to $10, part-time seasonal, road and bridge, blacktop. We have salary change for Christopher Stuckey from $0 to $2,486 per month. New equipment 2 operator, road and bridge gravel. We have a salary change for $0 to $2,723 per month
Oh, okay.
for Jordan Trapp, new equipment operator number 3, road and bridge, blacktop.
pass those down so we can get one.
Yeah.
No. Sure. With my clean handle.
Make a circle. You want it?
This is for the
Early checks.
Yeah, we just did it as a regular type, since we have a big stack of them.
Right. Early checks, the amount of those.
Okay.
And,
The total amount of the early checks is $197,218.04.
Scroll down. Oh, it's not going across on my screen.
Yeah, just one second. See what happened. Looks like we lost internet again.
Okay.
Just pause for a minute.
The winner.
Yeah, I did. I reached down to get the last one the other day. Just came all out.
Okay. All right, sorry about that, everyone. I think we're back. Okay.
Maybe I lost it.
It should be raised out. I went ahead and got on the Wi-Fi and stuff. Looks like the local went down, so now I'm on the, oh, we lost internet, Joe? I just, yeah, I just got on the, Wi-Fi because this connection went down.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know,
Yeah, let me take a look.
well,
You want me to look at it now, or you want?
why don't you hold off? I think we're okay on the Wi-Fi at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. I
Hopefully.
think mine dropped out.
Okay.
Sorry.
But anyway, the payday figure, the grand total of these early checks is $197,218.04.
Okay, make a motion to approve. Second, wait, have all the, businesses that need to be extracted been double
There,
checked?
I'm just looking at that. This is all,
Road
road and bridge, and I don't see
did that last
anything,
week.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there is nothing that would need to be
Okay.
extracted.
Just double checking. So I will make the motion to approve the 196.
Let's see.
197, 218, 04. Second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna have to shut mine down, because it's not coming back. I can't keep up.
Do you want to pass that down and you can work on it while you're. Okay.
Just the one sheet, right?
Yeah, it's just that top sheet. And I know everybody on the computer can still see my screen, even though I can't see it in the room at the moment. you with that shortly.
That's fine. Connect.
Lost my TV too, Jim. Again. Okay. That I just need to hold on to for Brad. All right. Let me go back to the beginning here. The only other thing I had on admin was Kent had asked to discuss a potential disaster relief fund again through the Community Foundation. And so that's on my list here.
I think you received that email, everyone, from Becky Nickel about the Central Kansas Community Foundation, of which Florence, Gossel, Hillsborough, and Peabody are part of. Of course, we also see in that email, you know, where Harvey County funded it to a pretty sizable amount of dollars to be used for a small business. They work with the 501c3s in order to do that funding. Just wanted to know if there was any interest in the county being part of that.
For me, I was thinking, wait till we see all the stuff that comes out of Washington first, and see what falls through the cracks before we go funding something, because you have to define what it's for.
Right.
And not knowing who's going to get missed in all this storm,
Yeah.
I personally don't feel comfortable starting that yet.
Well, it's just, I wanted to bring it up because of the availability there.
It can be opened at any time we come in and ask, or the way I understand it. I mean, if it's 30 days from now, 60 days from now, I think that's what Joan is asking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have any kind of, you know, you need to join the next 7 to 10 days or whatever. That doesn't, that's not been, that wasn't even part of the email.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering about that, whether it can be brought up at any time.
Did everybody see that email?
How come Marion's not on there?
Marion has their own economic development, don't they, type thing? I'm not sure. I thought you might know a little bit more about that than maybe some of us. I know they have a Marion Advancement
Group.
Yeah.
but I don't know, are they soliciting funds?
Donations from individuals
Right.
and fundraisers
And how do they distribute?
It's something here.
by committee. They were mostly into rebuilding and downtown Marion, I think is.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering if they had changed directions on how they were using or accessing funds.
Mr. Powers could tell you
Yeah.
how that all works.
Well, I think it's something that we need to, this is Randy, we need to probably put in our back pocket maybe and keep, because we all know that there's gonna be some small businesses down the tube, the way it keeps it going.
Yeah. I think we ought to hold to see which one of those businesses don't get bailed. So, that are gonna need that direct help from us. I don't wanna be cold-hearted,
Well,
I just don't know how to define it just now anyway.
We do have the dollars, some of those dollars that came back from Marion Economic Development that did not make it, that came back into the county. So I tend to agree with Jonah that we need to kind of keep that on the forefront. I don't know if we can access any of those funds going down the road. Maybe Tina can answer that.
Those are just in the general fund, and it's gonna kind of depend on how tax payments come in and those kind of things as far as what our cash position will be for.
Taxes are a long time off, aren't they? I mean, which ones you talking about?
I'm talking, well, second half
Second
is
half
due
come
next
in.
month,
Yeah, okay.
so.
I know taxes are probably going to take a hit. I don't know how much either, so.
Yeah, right.
I mean, as far as sales tax.
Yeah, sales tax and property tax would be the two areas we'd notice almost immediately.
Yes. Is Isaac, or does anybody else have anything else? Okay. Is Isaac available?
Isaac, are you on?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just start off by talking about some coronavirus stuff that we have going on out here. Once this order came into effect, we've since put out some signage that's makeshift. I did it here at the office, just letting people know that the lake is closed to Marion County, out of Marion County Lake or Marion County residents. I'm currently working with Baker Brothers in Hillsborough to get some official signs made. I'm hoping those will be ready for pickup today so we can get those posted at all the main entrances. So far, we haven't had any real pushback on the order. I know this past weekend we've had a handful of out of county residents come out, and I've gone and talked to them, and you know they've all been pretty understanding and follow the rules, and you know they pack up and leave once we talk to them. I think this week we'll really figure things out with the weather warming up. But there's been a couple of questions that have came up since this order was put out. And my big one has to do with the CFAP program. I've had a couple of people from, one of them is from Wichita. They called me and we spoke about it, you know, and like they said, considering this is a pandemic and a big health issue, they weren't sure, but they told me that I should probably contact Fish and Game or the supervisor of the CFAP program to make sure that this isn't going to cause any complications with that. I've tried to get a hold of them this past week, and their offices are shut down until today. And I've left the voicemails, and I'm hoping that as soon as I'm done here, I plan on calling them and just double checking to make sure that this isn't going to cause any complications with the CFAP. I don't think it will, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. But yeah, you know, we're trying to work with it as everybody is. I have my guys coming in kind of 30-minute shifts, just trying to keep them separated, because it is the three of us out here so far. Everything seems to be working well. The other big question I've had with the order is from homeowners. I've had a lot of them call me and ask me if they're really not allowed to go to their property, and if they do go to their property, what I'm gonna do about it. And I've had quite a few of those, and you know, like I've told them, because I'm not sure what the real answer there is. I've told them kind of what the goal is just trying to keep people from traveling throughout the state if there's really not a necessity. You know, I've told them if there's anything that I can do to help, that I would do what I can. I don't have a real answer for them when it comes to that. And I've told them the majority of them that I was meeting with you guys today, and I bring it up. But I just want to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to the homeowners out here that have residences elsewhere in the state.
Yeah, I knew this was probably going to be a hot topic, but, and you're exactly right, Isaac. We're just trying to limit unnecessary travel. So I mean, if they're driving past another lake to get here, we're not trying to stop them from going to the great outdoors. We're just trying to limit the amount of travel miles that they're doing.
Right. Okay. Okay. And I mean that's pretty much what I've told them. And like I said, they're almost all understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, a lot of them want to come out here because that's kind of, you know, their escape from everything that's going on. They can come out here. And like I told them, you know, if you, I guess, feel like you need to be here, then all we ask is, you know, stay home and do what the governor's asking and practice social distancing and try not to go to town or anywhere. And they all agree to that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just, they were more curious if, you know, if we're telling them do not come, and pretty much if so, you know, there could be consequences. And I've had that question a lot. And I think a lot of them are afraid that, you know, they might get in trouble if they come up here. And I guess I didn't have a real answer for them. And I didn't want to say something that wasn't true. So I told them I would talk to you guys today, and they'll probably be calling me back this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to double check with you guys on that.
Probably a case-by-case basis, really, and I know we don't want to be picking winners and losers here, but I mean, are they not going to stay out at the lake for what reason? Do they have work, or do they have, I mean, a lot of people are moving to the telecommute from home. Can we not, do they not have that access out there? You know, case by case, and you know, they can come to their property and stay and work from home there. I mean, we just all need to put up with a little bit of the technical problems
Common sense.
and still get something done.
Yeah, Isaac,
Right.
I mean, the common sense approach on this was you pick a place and you stay there. I got a call.
Exactly.
I did get a call. I did get a call from a resident that said they knew of at least five people, I don't know, people, families, whatever, that were up from Wichita this weekend, and I haven't had a chance to call back and say, are they gone or are they staying?
Yeah, I mean, if they stayed, then they're doing what we asked them.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
But I mean, that's the gist of it. Pick a place and stay.
Yeah, and one other thing to this, since we're on the pick a place and stay, it was my understanding that the new order would exempt the trailer house rule. Apparently it may not have read like that, so I wanted to see what the rest of the commission thought as far as that goes, because kind of hard to stay in your trailer house if you're only allowed to stay there for 14 days.
Isaac, was a lot of them from trailer houses or not?
No, so that's something that, if I can weigh in on real quick, there's actually 0 trailer owners here at the moment. I've talked, once this order came out, you know, I posted it on Facebook. They have their own little Facebook group for the trailer owners, and then I tried to call all of them and have them at least get on and look at it, or I can email them a copy of the order if they wanted it. I don't think any of them have the desire or are able to come up here and stay for the duration of this order. So right now there are actually 0 trailer owners here, and it doesn't seem like any of them plan on coming up before the end of, at least until, you know, May. So that has not been an issue at all. But I will say, you know, nobody's been upset about it. You know, as far as the trailer owners go, they've all been completely understanding. I have had a couple of them ask me about rent, which I had a feeling was gonna get brought up. Like I told them, as of now, nothing has been discussed as far as that goes. But I don't know. A couple of them have brought it up to me, and you know, I've told them nothing's been discussed yet, and they seem fine with that. You know, I think everybody understands that this situation, nobody ever planned on having to deal with it. But I just wanted to let the commission know that has been brought up as well. since we are asking them to stay away from coming up here.
Isaac, this is Randy. Give me
Hey, Randy.
Give me the utilities. I know the gas has they've got their own gas meter. We do supply
Correct.
electricity. We do supply sewer and
Yep.
water, correct, for their bills.
Correct. That is correct.
So if we did go to what Jonah first asked, if we take and get rid of that rule for this thing, what we would be supplying would be electricity, water, and sewer, which is paid for by the county.
That is correct.
Okay. Just catching everybody up.
That's
So,
that's part of the rent. Right?
Yes, yes.
Well, if it becomes an issue, Isaac, please get on the phone with either, I'm gonna nominate Randy because he knows most of the rules out there. But,
Okay.
Jonah, I feel,
oh, Dave,
yeah, this is Dave. I feel we just need to move on. We've got more important things to do. The rent's just gonna stay the same. They're getting basic services now. And when this becomes a priority, we can come back to it.
yeah. Well, yeah, and I don't mean it has to be any certain one of us. Dave might be,
But I mean, this is,
yeah.
nobody's life's in danger. They're just trying to get with it's $100 a month, how much is rent?
It's
$1,200 a year.
$1,200 a year, isn't it, Isaac?
Yeah, so they're still getting the deal.
It's $100 a month.
Yeah, it's just,
And all utilities, so,
we table the rent discussion.
yeah. There we go. Do you have anything else,
Correct.
Isaac?
Okay, so as far as that goes, that's all I had. I do want to hit on a couple things, other things real quick. I spoke with Ben for building the heated dock here last week. He sent me some pictures. He has all the framework done. He has half of the floats attached. Now he's saying he is having a very hard time getting the rest of those floats shipped. His plan is once he gets those floats to attach them, bring that over, pull the old one out. But he told me right now, the company that he bought the floats from, they are not shipping. They will ship, but he said the shipping cost has increased like 5 times what it originally was. And so he's put that on hold for now. And I told him that's okay. With everything that's going on, I'd rather not pay the extra money to have that shipment made. And he said he can still get all the materials for the like the decking and the building, so he's going to move on and get that stuff. But as far as now, the floats, he said he can't get the floats. So that's where we're at with the heated dock. Aesthetic Tree Services out there finishing up this week with their big tree trimming project. There was a few things they had to wait on because of the mud. They weren't able to get their equipment where they needed to get it. So they're coming out this week and they're gonna finish up. The last big thing I have for the commission is our Bluegrass Festival. What we've been doing is we have a little group that meets once a month. Last month we canceled due to all this stuff going on. But our plan was to kind of follow in Chingawasa's footsteps. This Chingawasa is a bigger event than ours, and it's 2 weeks before. And we've since seen Chingawasa canceled. We are having a teleconference meeting, kind of like this, on the 18th of this month. And I just wanted to see how the commission was feeling about this whole thing. I think right now we're all kind of leaning towards canceling. We've spoke with all the bands; they kind of know where we're sitting, and that we have this meeting on that. I kind of wanted to talk to the commission and see if that's something that they would like, us to cancel immediately, or to.
I think this is Dave again. On Chingawaza, we had to cancel. We had to cancel because all the bands wanted out of their contracts because they're nervous about what's going to happen in life. But they're not going anywhere, they just wanted to start over again. So we decided to cancel to 2021. River Festival's gonna try to do something in the fall, but we're not gonna do anything.
Okay.
Isaac, this Kent.
Hey, Ken.
Being you're gonna have a meeting on the 18th, you wanna go ahead and have that meeting and then bring it back to us and we can decide then?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Yeah. And I wouldn't take it, for me, myself, my thought on it is I wouldn't take it to the extreme. I would think more about postponement, if that's doable. I mean, we want to keep that there's a light on the horizon somewhere.
Yeah. And that, you know, that might be
and
one
with
of, that might be one of your
the
recommendations
event's
too.
not until the end of June, and so that's kind of where we were sitting. You know, I know there's a lot of, I guess, talk that maybe this warmer weather will help with that, but I also didn't want to seem like, you know, we're, I guess, being careless and postponing this. The bands all seem on board for waiting, and that was our big concern. But I guess I just wanted to see if you guys had opinions on a way to handle this better than what we have in play.
Isaac, this is Randy, Isaac.
But hey, Randy.
You know, these are all volunteers coming from all over to put this committee together.
Correct.
To do that, and I'll stand behind their decision, whatever they come up with. I mean, I don't want to force them to do anything, and I think Jonah's comment was, I think the whole country's sort of leaning to we get rid of this COVID-19. We don't know exactly when yet, so if they decide to cancel, I think that's, like I said, we'll stand behind them. I think Commission would, just not me, but I think Commission would too.
Okay. Okay.
Isaac, this is
and
Dave.
that's,
This is Dave again. Could they,
yes.
I know this is a kind of Chinkawassa, it's a small group and you're able to move fast. So, I mean, you could wait till May 15th. They give you 30 days to promote and, you know, unlike everybody else, it'd be great to have a celebration. I know,
Okay.
you know, if you could wait till 30 days out, and when everybody get in high gear and it could come together, because you've done this before, so everybody knows what the job is.
Yes.
It's just a thought.
Correct.
So.
Okay. You know, and that's kind of what I was wondering. You know, and it seems like talking with all the bands, they're all open to waiting, you know, as long as we can. You know, we like to give everybody at least a little heads up, but like you said, you know, I think a month would be enough for us to get what we needed done. And that, you know, this is all stuff that we're going to discuss at this meeting, and try to get everybody's opinion and see how we're sitting and what we think we can do in a short amount of time. So I think that answers my question on that. And we'll meet on the 18th and we'll see kind of how everybody's feeling.
Okay. Is that the last thing, Isaac?
That, yeah, that's the last thing for me. I guess, I don't know, this is probably a conversation to have with Brad, but May 1st is typically our dock upkeep, when we ask everybody to have their docks up to code. It's May 1st, we go through, look at them all. Last year, we did speak about, a conversation we had was about the dock liability. Every year, this gets brought up when we do this. I thought last year, the discussion we talked about the possibility of getting some kind of statement or policy in order for dock owners to come and sign in regards to liability. With those docks being open to the public, it's something that dock owners ask me every year, and they ask to see something in writing. I don't know if that is a question for Brad, something I should work with him on. been brought up every summer. And so I just wanted to stay in touch when it came to that.
Didn't this, I mean, I think he's right, it came up and there was a waiver one way or the other of liability, right? Yeah, it's something
Yes.
you're gonna have to bring up with Brad to get a paper form.
Okay. I'll email Brad. Is he coming in later today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's something that can wait. I just wanted to touch base with you guys on it because it is something that we've been trying to come up with out here, and I just think it's going to get brought up here as soon as this dock issue gets started.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
Alrighty. Anybody got anything else for Isaac? Alright, thank you, Isaac.
Hey, thank you.
Okay. Move on to Lisa. Lisa's still on. I've seen.
Yes, I'm on.
Okay.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Morning.
Morning.
Could you,
I just have a few items to go over with you. I went ahead and I didn't know how the reception would be or if there'd be problems, so I just went ahead and typed out for you guys kind of a copy of what we are into right now and what's going on. As you both, or as you all would know, probably, Jessica and Montana have both resigned. Montana left the office towards the end of January, and then Jessica left about the middle of March. At this point, we have had interviews. We're kind of at a standstill with everything that is going on. We've had good applicants, but there again, like I said, we're just kind of waiting. There's really, if we would hire, there's really no way we could even start training in the current conditions. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% that it's good to hold off on this till see where we're headed. Is Randy?
We were thinking about going ahead and giving the applicants a call. I know that everybody's aware of what is going on, but that way they know that they are still being considered for the position, and we'll let them know as soon as we know more, is basically what we were kind of planning on doing here in the very near future. The next I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, has everybody had a chance to review the quarterly update that she's. Is there any key topic there, Lisa, that you need to touch on? I mean, other than that.
Probably the only thing that I do kind of want to bring to your attention, and I've been in contact with the state, and I will also be putting it into my official scope of work, which is due by the end of this month, is the 13% re-inspection relist. The cities that we'll be going to are Burns, Gossel, and Tampa, and then the townships will be Doyle, Gale, Peabody, Risley, and Logan. And we're changing things up a little bit this year. Visiting with the state and what they're kind of expecting, they are going to be a little more lenient on how we do our job, but in keeping forward, we still have to do our job. We still have to inspect the parcels that are statutorily in line for this coming year. And so we are sending out letters with what we call a door hanger. I had the state help me come up with a form last week. That way we can get these sent out and hopefully responded back. The whole purpose is just trying to obviously get a job done, which does need to be done, and yet limiting the face-to-face contact with the taxpayers. So the attached letters are what we're going to be sending out. And then there's also kind of a generic letter that I put out also, and that is gonna be put into the newspaper, just to kind of, help people understand why we're doing things differently than this year. Many people are used to us knocking on the door, and that is something we won't be doing this year. Like I said, state's being lenient about things. They're giving us additional inspection codes to use to where we can still efficiently get out and do the job and yet avoid direct contact with people, hoping to keep the staff and also taxpayers safe at the same time.
Do you have anything in place for like, because I know you can't hit all these properties all at once, I mean, but if some of them get extended further out, that you have a reminder notice sent out to like a week ahead of time or something so that they are aware?
We can certainly put an additional notice in the paper, and we will have it like on our website as well.
Okay.
We can do more mailings, that's fine too. I'm hoping that between the two notices, because the letter does state that it'll be over the next few months, but hopefully they'll know that this time of year is typically when we are out, but we can definitely put an update, you know, let people know where we're at, say June or July, as just a reminder that we are still out doing this job.
Yeah, I could see the complications your staff might have. I'm just thinking from my own personal standpoint that if I don't get a knock on the door and I see somebody walking around my property, I'm probably gonna run them off. So it'd be nice to.
Yeah.
Well.
Yes.
So they need to be alerted somehow. Yeah. I mean, just closer to the time frame so that it stays fresh in their mind that one of our staff will be there in the near future.
Okay, well, we can do like a weekly update or monthly update in the paper. I don't know, I'm guessing most people get the paper.
I don't.
That would probably be about the,
I don't know.
Maybe stagger the mailings close to the time when you're gonna be in that area, maybe?
Yeah, that's kind of the direction I was thinking, was to try to be a week ahead of where you're gonna be for the next week.
and notifying them in what way, did you say? I couldn't hear what she said.
Probably a mailing, or if they wanted to sign up for an email notification, or if they wanted to, I mean, just trying to work around these issues that we have and still keep the staff safe.
Okay.
What I said, Lisa, was, are you able just to send the mailer to the areas you're gonna be in like a week before you're in that area? Like stagger, don't send them all, like send them right before you're going there? Cause I don't know that.
We can, we actually talked about that last week. My only, and we can do that, my only reservation or concern is weather permitting. I mean, a lot of times we go out to the farms, or if the weather is, you know, if the roads are muddy or something, then that's when we choose the town. That was my only thing of getting things sent out so everybody knew that it was gonna be the process, but we can certainly somehow try to get it switched around.
Still include that in your mailing, that if the weather permits, otherwise.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure we can come up with something that we can try to get people notified a little better.
I'm not trying to burden you. I'm not purposely trying to burden you, but we've all had to work around some things that make things a little more complicated, but so we can still get the job done efficiently. So
that's what I've told the staff in the 20-some years of doing this. I've never been faced with this, so I'm just trying to make sure we keep everybody safe and healthy, and the state notified in the process, because they're actually the ones looking at it as well.
Yeah, and and I've been very impressed with what I've seen around, that people are trying. It's more inconvenient, but they're still trying. They're trying to make it something work. So.
Absolutely.
Lisa, this is Randy.
Yeah.
How are
Yeah.
you handling division of staff and some people in and out? And I haven't seen you very much at all in the last month or so in the office. How are you handling that?
I actually have been, well, let's see. I'll go back to when this all started. I was actually at the department head meeting on March the 17th. And I don't know if all of you knew, some of you knew that I had gone on a vacation and went on a cruise. And during that meeting, it was kind of brought to my attention that I needed to do somewhat of a quarantine for just the few days that were left. And so that was what I did. So I went ahead and took quite a bit of work home with, and also had Lloyd set me up to work remotely. That, I guess, was honestly what I thought was kind of being recommended. So I have been rotating the staff and sending work home with them as well as myself. I'm trying to come in one day a week for as long as I'm needing to, just get the workload packed up again, or however, answer any questions, just be prepared for the next phases that we're working on. Right now I'm working on oil and gas and sales. Like I said, the other staff, they're taking reports home and working on those, preparing for hearings. I've had Debbie doing some ag review that she can access remotely also. Just kind of moving forward in that aspect.
Are you rotating your staff evenly, or is that impossible to do?
Actually, they are doing typically 3 days in office to get stuff kind of gathered up so they can remotely work for 2 days. That is
Okay.
how I'm kind of handling things.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep that even and as possible, yes.
And then, I got one more thing. This is Jonah. I was gonna bring this up under commission comments, but it kind of fits here. It'll fit in every forum we have for the rest of the day. But the ability to either Zoom or Google Duo or GoToMeeting with your staff on a daily basis.
Yes.
Just would be a nice thing. I mean, I know when we can't have physical contact, that virtual still seems to fill that gap. It allows
Absolutely.
people to see that you're still part of the group, and you can work as a team throughout all this. I think it's a benefit to take advantage of the technical aspects that we have in this time. So.
I completely agree. I actually, Michelle and I are going to try to, I've got the Duo, and she had just said that she does as well, so we're going to actually work on some oil and gas this afternoon together. I completely agree with having that capability and doing that. I'm definitely, like I said, willing to help her work through any of this.
Yeah.
Just to get through the process until we're back to normal.
Right, and for everybody that doesn't know, the Google Duo is a free service that allows you to link up with 7 people. So smaller departments can use it, and it's just your cell phone. So, but okay, Lisa, is there anything else that we need to go over?
Not that I know of. Like I said, we're just trying to move forward and get the process going the best that we can and stay on track. We shouldn't need any extensions for anything that I can foresee. I can't picture any, no.
Okay.
So I think everything should be good to go.
Does the commission have any other comments or concerns? Okay, thank you for your time, Lisa.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. All All right, so is Josh online here? I seen his name.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Yep.
Morning.
Morning, Josh.
All right. Morning. Just an update on the recycling. Hutch is still taking it, so sorry about that. So that's still our only option right now, is to take it to Hutchison.
Josh, this is Kent. How many loads have we taken to Hutch?
I think 4.
Over 2 months.
Is that, no, that's not been over 2 months, has it? Has that been over, what, last 6 weeks, 5, 6 weeks?
I believe so. Because we started that in the end of February. So it's been about 2 months already.
So are they still charging us $98.50 a ton?
I believe so. I haven't seen a bill come through from them yet.
I just, you know, we might wait for the first bill, but, you know, we're gonna have to make a decision here soon if we're gonna continue that.
Yeah, I'd like to address that from a different approach, but, you know, we have a solid waste fee, and maybe we need to have a recycling fee. I mean, we need to, I mean, I get it, it's, and maybe it's a recycle fee from the locations that want to recycle.
Well, if we continue that, that should be done in the budgetary process, I believe.
We do have to adopt a resolution every year to reestablish that solid waste assessment fee, and we should be doing that here pretty soon. And so, for the upcoming tax statements and for next year's budget year. So, if you do want to look at that, potentially making a change to that fee, we would need to know so that when we draft the resolution or when we draft it, you could discuss it either way.
So, Jonah, can you elaborate a little bit as to how you're thinking about that? Would that be like a pay-to-use for people who wish to recycle, or are you thinking about assessing that to everybody?
I'm not thinking about it that deeply in any form or fashion. I was just thinking about, rather than going to the cancellation and then back and forth, do we want recycling, do we not want recycling, back and forth, maybe we ought to address it from the fee side and just keep it going and allow it to, and that side of the discussion is where I guess my thought is.
Well, even if we get Fort Riley back online, we still have expense.
Right.
To get it there.
Yeah.
Josh, this is Randy. Is our loads running 12 to 14 tons recycle weight when we go there to Hutch?
Yeah, that's about normal, is 12 to 15 tons.
So let's just cut it to $12 and
12 tons.
12 tons, yeah. And
yeah, I'm sure Hutchison will let us just cut it.
tons at
About $4,000.
per load.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, all four, for all four.
For all 4 of them.
$1,000 a load,
Okay.
$1,200.
Yeah, $1,200 a load, so times 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's almost
5,000.
5,000.
5,000, yeah. Actually,
The
$5,000.
expense is gonna build up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure. In less than 5 weeks, we built 1,200 or 12,000. It's about like rock. It
Plus
adds up.
mileage.
Yeah, that's just the weight. Correct. Yeah,
Not
just
the
the weight,
truck.
not the truck or driver or anything like that. So
Is it $1,200 that's per trip, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
load.
You get basically 2 loads a month, so we're looking at $2,400.
a little more than that.
So we would be looking at, I mean, if it was countywide, I'm not trying to go that route just yet. I'm just saying if it was countywide, that'd be 20 cents per resident per month. You know, at $1,200 is 10 cents per resident, basically based on our 12,000 population.
But we don't charge that fee per resident. we charge it per taxing,
Taxpayer.
you know, for real estate parcel.
Yeah,
So.
so,
I agree with you, Rick. We need to address that when the time comes.
yeah, I mean, that's, and I'm not looking for a huge burden to the taxpayer, just, the way I look at it is, it is.
That's just the weight though. You
Right.
just figured the weight. We will have the same cost whether we haul it, this recyclables, whether we haul it to El Dorado to haul off.
Yeah.
I mean, somewhat. Hutchins may be a little farther than El Dorado, but
So-
we'll have the same cost to get rid of
Yeah,
that.
and we kind of have that built into the solid waste. So
Yes.
reducing our solid waste by so many tons.
Yeah.
Putting it over to recycling, which is a good thing.
12 tons at El Dorado costs you at $40.
Mhm.
It's $200,
Right.
$250.
So-
There's no direct offset.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would, somebody speak, come back to life. I just don't want to see the thing go to cancel and
Yeah.
then come back.
Well, I'm sure that our two largest communities want to try to keep it going. One of them, you know, in the last year has had major investment in it.
Hey, Josh, can you tell?
Yeah.
This is Dave. Has recycling gone down the last 4 weeks? Since all this other stuff has started?
Really, it really hasn't. It's pretty much stayed the same because we're hauling every other week, and we'll be taking a load beginning of next week. So I haven't really seen a whole lot of decrease in it.
I think with all the families that are at home, we could almost expect an increase if they're a recycling family.
And then, yeah,
I don't know. I was home for 2 weeks and I didn't fill up the trash can once. I mean, you're not really doing a whole lot, so you slow down your consumables and certain things. I mean, well, I do.
You're the exception.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know, since our business is shut down, we have no recycling the last 2 weeks. And I don't know how many other businesses are gonna be that way for the next 6 months.
Yeah, some of the bigger dumpsters I could see not being filled regularly.
In your consideration, Dave just brought up a point that in our system, the way we do it right now, we're supposed to have, if you're a big user of our transfer station, you get a higher cost in your business. So,
Businessman always does.
yeah, right, I mean, but it's per usage of tons and stuff that comes out. So what I'm getting at, Josh, is if somebody is a big recycler, well then, if you come up with a pay per plan, that's another consideration of how we attack that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree that the discussion needs to be had. I just would like to gear it towards the side of not canceling and figuring out how to make it work.
Is this gonna take us 3 months? I mean, we don't know what date you're actually talking about, to revisit it, to get it on the deal. Would we have to talk to we won't have to vote it in or anything?
No, but we would need to have, I think that needs to occur before, certainly before July 1st.
I can see if you wait till July or August, look at the cost that we're gonna have built up, 40,000, 50.
No, 4,800.
No, we got that already.
No,
I'm talking about if we could,
2,400 a
But you're
month.
talking 2 more months. So
2,400.
4,800, 4,800.
May and June.
Yeah.
Right, so
But you got all April.
close to
Yeah,
10,
all
around
April.
10,000.
yeah, 10 to, even 20,000, I'm saying. So, it's just one of them deals that
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
wanna shut it down, but I'd be interested in hearing, you know, with us, from the city of Hillsborough, city of Marion, they're the two big ones. You've also got a city that don't bring their recyclables here, what happens if they bring it?
Yeah.
that picks up recyclables yet. So it's,
Then we also, the hole in that also requires something at the transfer station, because people maybe bring the recycling right to the transfer station. They're allowed to do that on Friday mornings.
Yeah.
So that would also have to be part of the equation.
yeah.
So, yeah, maybe we ought to have it on the agenda and see if, the cities would like to be in that conversation.
Yeah, I'd like to extend it out to them, just to hear them.
So I would probably put that, looks like we've got some room on the 20th. So that gives them enough time to.
Yeah, maybe have a meeting.
Yeah, create a plan, maybe have some forward thinking on the subject.
Yeah.
Who's the contact? Dave for Marion? Me or you for Hillsborough?
Yeah, or the clerk's office to get on one of the.
Forward that out as an email,
Mhm.
possibly.
And, you know, I know the cities have that, they've already got up their speed to get Zoom meetings at least, so, but, I'm sure they can.
And like Randy said, Peabody gets picked up by Waste Connection now, whether they wanna remain that way or, you know, all of a sudden they may say, we wanna bring it here.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah,
may
we don't
need to
want-
keep them in the conversation also.
Yes. Yeah, and they're hopefully have, I don't know, Peabody as well if they have the capability to chime in and make sure that they.
Does Florence bring recycling?
I think so. Unless, I don't believe so, not
I know,
They used to have a bin,
I know,
Yeah, just the bins, yeah.
I know Gossel wants to, but there's
just by
not
private,
equipped, right?
private vehicle.
Right.
So, anyway, Josh, I think we're going to revisit some of that on the 20th. I would
Okay.
like to have you on the call to make sure you're there that day.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Randy, you had to.
Yeah, Josh, give us a little rundown. How's everything going with your process with all the construction around?
I'm sorry, you just got now. What was that?
How is your process going with all the construction happening down there?
They're doing good. They're going to move the contaminated dirt to a colder site. They're starting to put up forms so they can start pouring concrete here sometime. I don't know when, but the Davy Hetz crew's down there doing that. They're moving right along and they're doing a good job from what I see.
But how is your process, the handling, has it affected you in any way?
No, not really. It gets a little congested around there sometimes. I talk with them, work with them. But my guys seem to be doing good on it. I haven't seen any problems right now. I think so.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions for Josh? Is there anything else that you need to bring up, Josh, that's pressing? Or that you
No.
need direction or guidance or?
No, next, I've sent out chemical bids, so next week I'm hoping to bring some chemical bids. They're not gonna have to be ordered right away. It'll just be, that'll be the price for the year. So I'll bring that up next week. You know, I know it's not the best time, but you know, Road and Bridge is needing some chemicals, so I figured I need to do it all in one ship.
Josh, are you on the phone or are you on your computer? I think your connection is cutting out. Are you on the phone or are you on the computer?
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone computer. My computer's not set up for any of this.
Why? shut off.
Need an assistant.
So, I'm assuming that you're either in a building or something, because it's acting like a phone trying to drop.
I'm in my office with a Wi-Fi connection.
Okay. Yeah, I think that we are, is your connection, well, is there anything else? Okay.
No.
With that, we're gonna go ahead and move on then.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Josh. So we got Bryce.
Yep, I'm here.
You all right?
Can you hear me all right?
You're a little quiet. Can you get a little closer to your mic?
Got better?
Not really.
Huh.
So,
I'm sitting right in front of my microphone. Huh.
well, we'll try to be really quiet.
Okay. The only thing that I really had for you guys as you went through my new employee stuff and administrative, was that I had sent a Department of Agriculture response that we talked about last week. I had sent that up and I didn't know if that wanted to go to on commission head, letterhead, or my letterhead. And I don't know if Tina sent that up to you.
They have paper copies this morning at their desk on anything that you sent
Okay.
me.
Okay.
So there's I
So
put
I
it on
guess that-
commission letterhead with the commission signatures on it.
So we just need to figure out how we want to send that out and then get the signatures for it.
Which one will we refer? Which
It's
one
a
will we
letter.
talk about?
The agreement? The agreement?
No, it's a letter on your commission letterhead.
This right
That's,
here?
yes,
Addressed it from the.
addressed to the Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah.
County Hill.
Yep. Got that.
Basically the same thing we talked about last week, so.
Right. So we just need to sign off on it.
Yes.
And I've got the actual original. So did we have an opportunity to go look at this to see what was done? It says that they removed and modified and installed. I didn't go up and look and see what was
They
done.
haven't done anything yet.
I don't think they've removed them even.
Well, that's what the letter says. It says Marion County removed, modified, or installed these structures.
That was what's
Oh, that's
out there.
before. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Years ago.
I just read this now, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we have to submit this to the Department of Ag so they approve it before we can do any more work up there.
And we need to close.
Or we have to have a hearing,
Close
don't we,
and
to close the road.
Yeah,
I think this,
we can do, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think this is just outlining what the potential plan is to correct the problem.
Right.
It's not saying that
Yes.
this, signing this letter doesn't mean you're taking all those actions today. It means this is what the plan is to correct whatever the problem is. And so, I don't know that they've had a chance to read this yet, Bryce, so they
No, I
probably need to
haven't.
read
Okay.
through it real quick.
Bryce, this Ken, I read that and I would guess that the first thing that we have to do is notice the area landowners on that possible vacation.
Well, yeah, there's a process that we would have to do
Right.
if you're gonna close or vacate a road.
Right.
But you don't have to
But,
do that before you
Right.
do this.
We can move forward with the plan, notifying them of our plan.
We're just responding
Right.
to the
Right.
notice we got from.
Right.
Yeah.
If you guys can just
Yeah.
take a minute, read through that, I'll be back.
Kent, to answer your question, I did contact them about the process or that time it may take to close and or vacate. We can do it as a temporary measure to do this while that process is being, whichever may be a close or vacation. And as long as we keep her updated on how that's going, she's okay with that.
Okay, but I mean, through that process, we're gonna make that road basically unusable, correct?
Yes.
That's why I'm guessing that I'm gonna hear a bunch and Diane's probably gonna hear some too.
Yeah, but the problem with this is it has to be done. It's not,
Right,
I mean, and then it'd be like a road being washed out where you could
right, yeah.
temporarily.
I mean, I
close
just,
it.
I wanna have a reasonable way of answering these people, what's happening there, we don't know what's going on, and,
Well, they would have required to put how'd it go, Bryce? Two engineered, designed, 100-foot span bridges, or,
Yeah,
I mean, it was gonna require
Yeah.
some massive dollars.
right.
Yeah, and that's where the whole thing would come into play, is we'd have to go back out and do an engineering study for hydrology and hydraulics. That area would probably be fairly similar to what some of the other structures are that are downstream, the one on Falcon, down there by Kent's place. I mean, it's probably gonna be a haunch slab bridge. It may not be that big, but we would probably require a structure like that for each of the 3 locations that we would be removing the pipe. Based on the access on either side of the road, or excuse me, either side of the section, we feel comfortable that they're still provide access. Granted, it wouldn't be through there, but they could go north or south a mile and still maintain access. And like I said, and we could go back and we could put those structures in, but we would probably spend, I guess, probably at least 2 to 3 years in that process, and probably looking at over $1 million, if not closer to $2 million, to put all those structures back in.
Yeah, so
Right,
you can,
right.
you've got pretty good phone call.
Pretty good explanation.
Yeah.
But all this is basically that, like we talked about last week, that this is our proposal back to the state, and once they approve that, then they would give us the 60 days, weather permitting, to get this removed, which we feel we can do.
You sure not 90 or 120? I mean, if we had a rainy season, it's muck everywhere up there.
Well, here's the deal. She said she'd like to stick with 60 days, but that's
Okay.
weather permitting. She knows what this creek and river can be like.
Okay.
If it comes to the point that we encounter that, she's, and Sharon is very good working relationship with her too. She totally understands that, and all we have to do is just keep her
Okay.
informed with the documentation.
Okay, that works.
And so the one structure that's gonna stay in place at WSN-SMN-100, is that the one that's on Diamond that goes north and south?
That would be on the
That's
north-south
the
road,
bridge.
Yes,
right?
That's on Chisholm.
yeah, it's a north-south
The
road.
north-south, oh, it's on Chisholm, not Diamond, okay. Okay,
Yes.
I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about, okay.
And
Yeah.
the way I understand it, if
And-
Bryce
I feel
reviews it,
comfortable with that.
it will be passed. I mean, it will be accepted, so.
Okay.
And what's the location of the dual tubes? What road are we gonna have to close there?
That's on 300th, east of Diamond.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's 2 locations,
It's
right?
2 different locations, 2 different miles that we'll be talking
No,
about.
There's
Same
still-
Yeah,
mile.
we have the 2 pipes up on 310th, and then the one
310.
down on 300 is actually has double pipes in that
Yes.
one location.
Yeah.
So, Bryce, are we gonna limit any one of those landowners that have land on that, the east-west road there? What kind of issues are we gonna cause for them?
The access across 300, I mean, we can provide access or allow access to the fields all the way down to the bridge and just do some sort of closure there. That's up to our option, whether we put in a piece of guardrail or whatever else. Same thing on the east side of 300. At 310th, there really is no access, or there really is nothing to get to on either side of those culverts. But there is an access or a field entrance in the middle of those 2 structures that goes to the south. And Sharon was aware of that too. They actually accessed that property from the south and clear across that section.
Right.
So
yeah.
in between those culverts, there wouldn't be any access either, or there wouldn't be any access required either.
Yeah, okay, sure. Know where that's at.
I don't know about that 300th mile, Kent. We didn't have a hearing on that. We did on the 310th.
Yeah.
That 300 mile needs to be looked at.
Well, yeah. What is 300, what would it take to fix 300th? Because that was what was talked about just now, because everybody's aware of 310, I believe. And then the bridge that's going to remain, based on your inspection, isn't a huge constituent concern. But 300, I guess we need to know, is that also another bridge, 100-foot span? Is it another, I mean, is it another huge dollar?
Yeah, I'm guessing, I mean, without knowing exactly what the engineering study would show, but I'm guessing it's gonna be similar to that. The reason these pipes don't work real well is the amount of debris that comes down down the river, and it plugs up these pipes and therefore it goes over the tops quickly. But I don't know what kind of structure that was taken out there at the time, but yeah, I'm probably, if not a triple span bridge, it's going to be possibly a double huge barrel culvert of concrete. Again, I don't know, and that's the whole problem, is in order to start this whole process with the survey and the design and everything else, we probably wouldn't see anything happen for, you know, at least a year to 2 years down the road. But if that's what you want to do, and again, I don't know what that cost would be. It's definitely going to be over $100,000, and it could be as much as, I don't know, $half to $750,000. I have really no idea at this time.
Yeah, that bridge at one time was a low water concrete bridge. And then it was taken out and the tubes were put in,
okay,
10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. No, less than that. Probably.
Yeah, maybe even less than that.
yeah.
But regardless, the tubes have to come out.
Yes.
So.
Or, yeah, the tubes have to come out, and we need to figure out what we want to do after that.
I think.
But is the issue on 300 getting around or something, or what was the issue, I guess?
Well, I know on 300 there are landowners that, you know, need access. I think the way you've explained it, they would have access either from the west. The one landowner I'm thinking from the east and the other from the west.
Yes, we are not allowed to shut off access even if we do close these roads, because you know, that's the whole process, is we still have to maintain access similar to what they have now.
Even though they're still not going to be happy about it.
Well, that's a decision that the commission has to take as to, you know, what they want to do after these culverts are taken out.
I haven't driven 300, so I forgot to. I need to drive that. I haven't seen it lately.
All right. I guess we have that has moved around the commission already, hasn't
That letter?
the
Yeah.
letter?
Yes.
And I believe it's been signed by all 5, so
Okay.
don't know that we need to take a vote on it. Just everybody put their name on it.
I don't think it would hurt to approve the response.
Okay,
By
I'll make a
vote.
motion to approve the response.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. All right, next thing, Bryce, I'm seeing an agreement here. Is that the next thing on your
Yes, this is an agreement between, that we've come up with the landowner up there, for the storage of the concrete, off the pavement up there. I think it's a very good deal, for all of us all the way around. The initial payment he was gonna use to, supply rock to fix up, Vista down there, and then, with the rest of that, you know, the reason that we set it up like it is, because he was unsure of what this concrete would be crushed to, and I said, essentially, we could crush it to whatever would accommodate him, and then in turn would, based on the price of that crushing, would be a swap out. He would keep the material in lieu of a cash payment on our part. So, again, I think it's a win-win all the way around.
So the letter says here that the agreement says that he'll be paid $35,000. Are you saying that he's gonna get rock instead of that $35,000, that crushed concrete?
Down
The last
down below, I believe it said.
In lieu of?
On the copy. Yes,
So-
and that was the whole thing, was in lieu of. He's actually more interested in the concrete than he was the cash. He just didn't know at the time for sure what, you know, what that concrete would be crushed to. And I said, you know, we can crush it anywhere from 6 inches on down to less than an inch, depending on what they're looking at. But
So-
I think most of the stuff would be in the 2 inch to the 1.5 inch range.
So what kind of expense do you think it's gonna cost the county to do approximately 10 acres of removal of 6 inches of topsoil, and then 2 years down the road, put that back?
I'm guessing probably, and that's the whole thing, is we don't have to do all 10 acres right off the bat. We just need to get some started now, because they're looking to start at the end of April. I fully anticipate probably 3 to 5 days to stockpile the material, and then the same to put it back with 1 or 2 guys.
That would be with our equipment, Bryce?
Yes.
Did you ever look at the land up there by Ramona that we own? How big of a lot is that?
Again, the issue's gonna be, the contractor's gonna go somewhere else with it, because he's not gonna haul it that far.
Okay, so
Plus we're-
what would it cost us to haul it up there? I mean, because you still have to load and unload, even if you're going across the road. So you just have the distance
Well,
of driving.
the issue of loading and unloading is, the contractor would not wanna have our trucks out there loading the material onto his construction site, and I wouldn't want that liability either. So that means that he would have to go somewhere and dump it, we'd have to pick it up and then turn around and haul it to Ramona. And,
So you're saying the
it's gonna be a-
contractor won't haul it?
They've
Loaded.
gotta deal with it.
He has to haul it off of the road. And
Yes.
so if he can haul it down there and put it in this stockpile, then he's done with it and now it becomes ours. But, you know, for liability reasons, whatever else, they're not gonna wanna load our trucks out there on the grade. And second of all, this material is not very good to haul on our trucks, because some of those big chunks could cause an awful lot of damage to our trucks. You know, if you haul this material, I mean, contractors are one thing, but this material is basically meant for like barrel dumps and things like that. It doesn't impart a huge impact to the bottom of the truck when you dump the material in there.
Okay,
So
okay.
we'll actually take a lot of damage on our trucks by trying to haul it too.
Okay, so I guess my original question was the contractor. If we have the contractor, you have not checked out how big the lot is up at Ramona, that's out of the question, am I right? You're not gonna consider.
The lot would be okay to put material, we probably wouldn't get all the material in there, but it's just the principle and fact is we can't afford to haul that material over there, because we lose all the advantage of getting the material. Because I don't know, I don't think we can put all that amount of material at the Ramona site, and then second of all, we're hauling that in on our roads, and we're gonna create a lot of damage to that road right at Ramona, just getting in and out of there.
How big is that site at Ramona?
It's not gonna be anywhere near the 10 acres we have now.
But you're not sure exactly how big it is? I didn't check it out either, but I was told it was pretty big, I don't know. Be interesting to at least know how big our lot is. I just thought maybe you knew.
No, I don't. I mean, but it's just the principal fact is if we go clear over there with the material, it's gonna get to the point that's not gonna be conducive to get this.
The contractor wants to
We're
get it
gonna
off the
do all the
highway.
damage to the road in and out of there too.
Yeah, but the contractor wants to get it off the highway so he can get his job done. That's what his main thing is. He don't want to spend
Well,
time hauling
exactly.
off.
You know, I mean, I told them when we originally started talking about this, we'd find a place within 5 miles of the project, and that's the way they did it. So now if we have to turn around and even if we could get them, they're gonna want extra money to haul that material clear over to Ramona, you know, to take care of that, so.
Bryce, this is off the wall question, but what kind of breakup fee do you expect to pay to do this concrete that we would receive?
As far as the crushing fee, best time to be doing that is this winter time when they're looking for work to do. I want to put it out to bid with all the crushing companies around there. Checked into that. Most people think I could probably get it done $5 to $6 a ton for whatever we want to crush.
So you got a rough tonnage that you're gonna, I mean, I'm just looking at rough numbers, what you think it's gonna cost us.
Sure. Based on the theoretical amount of concrete out of there, we're probably looking over 20,000 tons of material that would be taken out of there during this project, and then we're hoping to get the other part after that.
20,000 tons, and then you're going to factor in 10,000 across 20,000 tons. So you're looking at 50 cents more per ton on the $10,000 lease agreement.
Yeah.
Right.
So try to break it down into smaller thought processes.
Total cost for breaking.
Yeah. So we're looking at, what did you say it was, $5 to $6 a ton crush?
Well, say for instance, you figure $6 a ton, you're talking $120,000.
You're talking other associated expenses that all go in, plus the rock crushing.
So if you add the 35,000, you're looking, and divide that back out by the 20,000 tons, it's $7.75.
Which is,
And that's figured at $6 a ton for crushing plus the 35 if you pay the
If you pay
cash.
35, yeah.
Mhm.
Still a pretty good deal.
you just gotta think about things in that aspect, because everybody's relating it back to rock and what the price difference is there, so. Okay. Everybody had a chance to read over the agreement. Is there any concerns, any other concerns about the agreement?
I have one other question, because
Okay.
it says that the cost of the provide and grade finish to the county specs and approval. Where are we getting these specs? I mean, what specs do we have? What are we gonna hold this to?
Basically, we will set up those specifications to determine what we want to crush it to, whether we go with like 6-inch to make ditch lining, or we could go down to 3-inch, we could go down to 2-inch. We can set that up. The contractor's not gonna care, or the crushing people will set that up before we go out to bid to specify exactly what we want.
So it's actually just the size that you're gonna have it crushed to?
Yes. Well, and if we choose to, say for instance, we want 3-inch with none of the binder or whatever else in there, we can just say, hey, we want 1x3 or something to that effect, so everything below the 1 inch would be, you know, used for something else, whatever that may be. So we will set that up and obviously do the budget. You know, this budget, we wouldn't be able to crush left the first of the year, so we'd have to put some money in the budget for crushing.
Okay. Anything else? All right. With that, I will make a motion to approve the agreement with Edenbrock Farms on the 6th day of April.
Second.
Second by Ken. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Bryce, I had one other question. We were talking last week about the contract haulers.
Yep,
Are we cutting back on that?
yes, we are. We talked to them Tuesday of last week and Tuesday afternoon, and working on a schedule to get them done no later than the end of this week.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, and Bryce, I have a question too off of another subject, and that is prices of oil are extremely low right now. Are we looking into some maybe advanced purchasing of some of the oil that we're gonna be needing at this time?
Yeah, I contacted one of them. We've talked about contracting the fuel. Talked to him last week. He said the price of diesel was down 60 cents over the first 2 weeks of this pandemic. Obviously, it's still dropping, but yes, I like to go in and try to contract them. Even the futures for the next whole year only would be a quarter increase in price for the whole year. And based on if things go back to normal, we would be definitely money ahead by contracting that. As far as the oils and stuff for the asphalt, I don't know if that's really changed much yet, simply because a lot of that was already contracted from last year. And obviously we don't use near as much as that oil as we would diesel fuel and stuff to that effect. So, but yes, definitely looked at that and would like to get going on that hopefully next week.
Could you bring back a estimated fuel consumption that you would be looking at a certain dollar mark? So
Sure.
we could potentially give you
Sure.
a price not to exceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and how that works is you basically go back and you specify, we're gonna use X amount of gallons of number one, X amount of gallons of number two, and then unleaded, and then they essentially would, you would put that out to bid, so we would know, you know, because they need to know how many gallons as far as to buy for futures. So, but yeah, I'll try to get all that stuff back to you.
Yeah, Diane?
And I have another question, Bryce. The last snow that we had, there were several mailboxes that were damaged. Are you gonna soon be working on those?
Yeah, now we can actually get out and work on, if we have to drill new holes for new posts, whatever else, I think it's drying out now, we can at least get to that point, yep. So we still have them on the plan.
Okay. And then one other question I have for you. I was wondering, have you been talking to Kat or something about testing road graders and things like that in the hopes of trading in the Volvos?
I guess I'm not following your question.
So I was contacted about some of the connecting links. And there's a road, and honestly I can't remember what the road is, that is being asked to be graded or have the county work on it or something like that. And one of the suggestions is when you're testing some new road graders, that maybe you'll be able to get that road during that time. And I was just wondering if you were spending any time doing or planning to do testing of other road graders in the hopes of trading in the Volvos? Or is that just a rumor that I've heard? Is that just a rumor that I heard?
Well, I mean, but we had really no plan to go out and try new motor graders. I mean, essentially the only people that are really in the running for the motor graders are Caterpillar and John Deere. Komatsu also makes one, but they are just coming out with theirs, and we were still trying to go out and try one out for them. We have not made any official plans to come out and do that. The biggest problem that we just face is getting the, you know, even whether it's our motor graders or the new motor graders, getting out there to get those roads straightened up. It wouldn't necessarily have to be a demo model.
Okay, I guess I was confused. And I brought that up simply because of, because of the situation that we're in and trying not to make large purchases unnecessarily. And I just thought that I know you had talked about, trading in the Volvos, and then of course I was told that you were talking to somebody about a road, and perhaps maybe you'd be able to do it during one of your tests. And I was just hoping that maybe we weren't wasting a lot of time on testing other road graders and stuff at this time when we don't know the certainty of where we're at in this economic downfall, I should say, for maybe the county. We've got to be very careful. So I was just hoping that maybe that's not what you were thinking about doing, and hoping that maybe you don't waste time on that right now.
Bryce?
We are not wasting time when it comes to working on roads. We have been hitting them hard. Now that it's drying out, we can do things. Last thing I want to do is try to waste time on things.
Yeah, Bryce, I'm going to try answering Diane's question. I think where she's headed is there's been some awful nice people from Caterpillar just come out and offer us over the period of years, because we buy a lot of Cat graders. They've been very nice to come out and let us try some of their demos out and stuff like that. And that is nothing but pocket change for us, free change to us to use their grader at no cost. There's no way in the world that I would want to stop that because they've been very nice to Marion County over the period of the last 10 to 15 years. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, using the Cat demos.
No, I heard about the demos, and I do realize over the course of just the time that I've been a commissioner, and that has always been the way it works. They bring out these wonderful new things for us to demo, and we demo them, and everybody falls in love with them, and we end up buying one, or two, or three, and that's just the way it's always been. That's been the pattern. So I do appreciate their generosity. I just want to make sure that, like I say, the Volvos are good machines at this time, just come off a warranty. I know there's a disagreement in services and stuff like that, but I think the services and the parts and stuff are secure for several years yet. And I'm just saying that at this point in time, with the uncertainty of the finances, this would not be the year to trade those in.
Yeah, I can definitely see your point, totally. That's, the big equipment purchases maybe should be tabled for a while.
This is Dave, but you still need to keep your finger in the pot and see what's out there, and you can't just, I mean, you gotta keep testing and working and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't wanna cut your ties,
There's
like Randy said.
some sort of education value that goes along with that too, when they test those
I
things.
mean, I think Bryce is doing a good job. We should let him proceed with his business.
But it's our job to be financially
Yes, we
responsible,
are.
Dave.
We can
I
tell
mean,
him-
even though, I'm not saying he's not, I'm just saying the buck stops here.
Yes, and when he gets ready to buy, we can tell him no, but he still needs to see what's out there.
Okay.
We need to quit micromanaging and let him do his job.
And that's not micromanaging, that's doing my job.
Yes.
Well, and let me just say this, Marion County has had a wonderful track record with implement companies. I have in my dealings too, every one of them is nothing but trying to help us out in this whole situation. If I was to call up and say, hey, can you do this for me? Yeah, they probably would. The issue I face is, if we bring out a new motor grade or whatever else to try out, is I still have to have an operator or several operators to put on it. And it's really not any different than what I have now, other than it would be a newer machine and less maintenance. So as far as those, those big ticket items, I totally understand. It's one of the things I face every year is, equipment wise. But, again, I think we have to be amiss, and the fact is if we don't try to figure that out. And again, everything that I do has to go before the commission for approval anyway. So it's not as though I can go out and purchase any of this stuff or whatever else without your permission. And honestly, I've got to be worried about the financial situation, because I'm the one that has the largest budget in the county, and therefore I have more people looking at my money, and I understand that. So again, I have nothing but good respect and rapport working with those equipment dealers, and they've been nothing but bending over backwards to try to help us when we wanted stuff. So I don't look for that to change, and so.
Can I ask one more question on a different subject?
Yeah.
Bryce, I have one final question for you that was asked of me, and that is, several weeks back, I realized the emergency situation that we agreed to stop buying the hard rock because we had so many roads that were in dire need of rock in a hurry, and you did that job very well, and put out a lot of rock on a lot of roads and solved a lot of problems in that respect. And I remember at the commission here, I said many, many times over and over that while we're doing that, in the state that we were in at that time and the condition of the roads, that we were going to go back and put over top the hard rock. Is that still in your plan? Because we were talking about how we put that rock over top, like, I can't remember, I think it was Falcon, where there was some rock, and then we put the hard rock over top. And I did go back and I reviewed a couple of the videos, 2 of them, I don't, for sure that I know that we had said that we just gotta get rock on these roads right now. And so I think it's 60 days or something like that, that we lifted the just buying the harder rock, just so that we could take care of the basics of the roads. But then we had discussed at the meeting here several times that then when we buy this softer Harshman rock and things like that, that we would go back and go over top of it with a coat of some of this harder rock that you were purchasing prior to all of this.
Well, the way I understand it, yeah, and you're right, everything you said, but I think Bryce has been running around with the SS5, so it's a higher grade than our lowest spec.
What is our spec?
Our spec is a road rock, DOT approved, but I think the SS5, you tell me if I'm wrong, Bryce, but I think the SS5 is a higher quality rock. It's actually above our spec.
It's, the SS5 is a state-approved rock for base rock. Has a larger top-end gradation, a lower bottom-end gradation. It performs very, very well out there. Based on the commission talking about last week, I believe we talked about that we were basically going to put this hard rock on the back burner for now due to budget constraints and just get rock on the roads to get these taken care of. Now, if the commission wants to go back and start putting this hard rock back on top there, I can continue to contract haulers to get this stuff hauled in. But again, we're going to face that huge budget issue at the end of the year too.
So you had said on the SS5, you're talking about the gradations. Tell me about, since you must have some testing results there, what is the wear and the freeze thaw on that?
It's based on the state approvals, which is set as what the minimum of 75 or whatever it is. So I don't know exactly what this is, but again, we're basing this on Harshman's agreement with us that they're not selling us anything that isn't state approved. So we've actually modified what they typically make for the SS5 and asked them to increase the top end and get rid of some of the lower end to make it more coarse.
Okay, based on that discussion, Bryce, I would highly suggest you go get some reports on that SS5.
Thank you.
Because it's going to be a discussion, so from this discussion.
Yeah, but we also have to realize that we put the hard rock out in the test locations that Bryce had designated.
No, we didn't. I never got any in my district. I mean, he might have on some, but they never did do the one up there in Limestone.
Yeah, the test strips.
I guess what I'm getting at is we're getting into road building year. And so, to me, that's more important right now, is getting the water off the roads, so.
Yeah, how many miles of the test strips were done, Bryce?
4 so far.
I still would like to see the actual KDOT testing on that SS5, just because I'm interested in that. I'm not too interested in the grading as much, the gradation as much as I am the wear and the thaw freeze, and even some of the plasticities I think is more important as far as quality, just my opinion. I'd just appreciate if you could get those for us.
Okay.
I think the hard rock, we're still looking for some good clean rock, and we know that it's not gonna happen for a while. The way the quarry's gotta catch up and stuff like that, correct?
The hard
Bryce?
rock
On the hard rock even?
Bryce, are you catching any of that?
Yep.
That was Randy.
So may
No, I understand.
Okay, he's gonna answer.
Can you ask it again? I don't know if you heard that it was a question.
I'm just asking, Bryce, are we still gonna have to wait to find some hard rock that you're proud of and bring it to our, because that's what the motion was. Most of the general feeling was that it was gonna be, not have so many gradation in it. I call them fines, but, and that's what I think we're still waiting on, is to find some hard rock.
And the test strips, we'd already gone over this, and he'd already said that it was gonna be about $200,000, and we went forward with it. So I think, unless we can't, I think that's was the initial intention, to get those test strips all out there.
Okay, but I guess I think I'm confused as to what Randy's thought is. I think the hard rock that was put, I'll use Overgrown Falcon for the example of all those fines, was excellent rock.
Wait a minute, you're the one that called the whole thing here and said shut it down.
Wait a minute.
You said shut it
You
down.
shut it down. I just stopped it till you come and looked at it.
No, you said shut it down, that's what you told the truckers.
No, I did not, Randy. Now, you weren't there. I told them just to stop hauling it till the commissioners come out here. Now, my thing was, that rock with all the screening was put on the ground, okay? So that's why we decided to get the hard rock, the bigger rock, to put down first for the base, and then put that type of rock over top with all the screenings in it, so that you can bond. That's the way it should go, Randy. We did Falcon backwards.
My thought on this, and it's skirting around what you guys are talking about, but if we're expecting them to put hard rock down, whose definition is hard rock, right? Without the test strips, we cannot know which product to go with. So he needs to go with whatever product he needs to, and we need to get some test strips down so we can figure out which product we're talking about.
So the only test strip that I seen really was over by Ken's house.
Well, it should be in Falcon too.
And Falcon, but it was just right there mixed in with the dirt. Those are the only two that I see.
Yeah, so I mean, we need to finish the test strips in order to know what we're even talking about.
Okay, but now you're saying, okay, now we need the contract haulers.
Yeah.
We're gonna break the bank here,
Yeah,
folks.
yeah,
We're gonna break the bank, I'm just telling you.
We can't afford to do the test strips this year. We got two now. So okay, we just run with those two right now.
Bryce,
We can use half our budget on test strips.
Bryce can answer that. I mean, I don't know.
But see, we can't afford not to, because if we just put regular rock on the roads that are not, okay, and to answer your question, the hard rock. So the state approved
And
on
I
the wear
get-
is 85.
I get
So
that.
there's other quarries out there that sell it, that the wear on it is 95, 98, 99, which is much harder of a
Right.
rock.
And
Okay?
I
That's
get
what
that.
I call hard.
I get that. It's
Okay.
just, how do you know which product does the best without, especially in areas that vary so much, how do you know that that is the product that we need?
Okay, and I'm with you.
Yeah, so if it's
now we have the
100%,
regular, now
or-
we have the clean rock or whatever on the road. Now's the time to put the hard rock on top of that to see how it's gonna last and how it's gonna bond and form. I'm not disputing that,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying before, when we just put the hard rock with all those fines on dirt,
Right.
that was kind of,
Well, we've already established that we have enough fines. We have enough fines everywhere in the county, and all we need is good, clean rock. And Bryce got that before. I mean, that was everybody's intention and thought, and the SS5 is going to be a cleaner rock. The 5 would mean less gradations in it, right, Bryce? Not like an AB3, the higher the number, the less gradation we would have, or fines. Is that right, Bryce?
There's not a motor grader out there that wouldn't tell you if we put a whole bunch last week. It's a perfect example when you push all those big rocks into a pothole, regardless of whether it's right.
We're losing you, Bryce. I don't know.
They have to have this other binder to hold that down, and
yeah.
Bryce, Is your connection holding up?
The fines that you're calling of, it's not really called fines, it's binder.
Okay.
I'm right in front of my microphone, I don't know what to do, but, I just, you tell me last week that you wanna stop hauling this contract rock, because of budget. Now we need to go back and put that, get these guys to haul back again. I guess we need some clarification.
I guess I was under the impression that the test strips were done and underway.
No, only 4 of the 18 miles have been done.
Okay.
There's a lot of test strips yet to go.
You're added a lot of dollars.
Yeah. A lot of dollars.
But that's what we agreed to do, so we know, so we can have a plan.
There's also a change in time since then. We just one day, Bryce said Randy, he said he'd spent 96 loads out in one day, and if they was all the bigger trucks at $500 a load, I don't know if it was 500 or not, but that was quite a bit of money right there.
Well, what we just approved today was approximately $131,000 hauling and rock, is what we just signed today.
Yeah, and it don't take long to
And
break
we
the
knew
budget.
that, we knew that. But we also knew that the base on the roads were gone, and we had to put the regular
Had to get the
big
base
rock
down,
down
yeah.
first, we knew that. So I mean, this is nothing new. And so
I guess all I need from you guys need to tell me what rock you want me to haul, whether it's Harshman rock or whether it's the hard rock, and give me the money to do that. I mean, we've already talked about how, we're creeping up on that, just trying to get rock on the road so these people get in and out. But if you want to go back and start hauling this hard rock, I can do that again.
And I only bring that up, Bryce, because I do have a lot of people who have brought it to my attention that even though the rock that we put down is nice, big, hard rock, clean rock, very nice rock, no dispute right there, and in the condition that the roads were in, all wet and muddy and, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of mud, whatever it was, that was the appropriate rock to put down at first, yes, and that's great. But now to build the actual base and to bind that together, we need to put the hard rock over the top, which I think you even explained sitting here one day, that then you don't have the water seeping down so readily to make what we already put on there just melt into the ground over the course of a short period of time. So I hate to have all this $131,000 just absolutely disappear in a short time, or even by fall. I'd hate to have something like that happen because we didn't put the harder stuff over the top. Just what I'm hearing from what we said before. And I know the money is a big deal, but again, I just feel like we're almost there, but just hate to throw what we've done down the tubes if we don't complete and get a final product. That's my only point for bringing it up.
The biggest thing that we face by putting rock out on the roads is, number one, we're putting it down the center so most people have good access. Most of the time they can go down the center of the road. Again, based on budget, I can't put rock on every road. See, we put back on these other roads, and we're not going to solve the issue off the roads because we're still not going to be anywhere near an appropriate slope to get the water off the roads as it should be. But again, if you guys want me to put the hard rock on top of there, I'll go back and I won't be able to put hard rock on every bit of SS5 that we put down on the roads right now because I don't have anywhere near the budget or capabilities to do that, especially if we get rid of these contract guys. So I guess that's where I'm at is, you guys tell me what you want me to do, and you've already said big ticket purchases are pretty much out, but yeah, we can turn around and spend all this money for these certain amount of roads. Again, you tell me what you want.
Well, I think what I want and the other commissioners want is two different things.
Yeah, I know.
Well, again, I mean, as a commission, you need to tell me what you want me to do.
Well, I guess the first thing that I would say is to get the test things down like we were told we were gonna have a while back already, so we at least know where we stand with that. And use the quarries that you said you were gonna use I mean, maybe that would be, if that's what's gonna hold us up from going forward, then I guess we would probably need to put that, do that, am I right, Bryce? I mean, I'm sorry, not Bryce, Jonah, is that what you would think? You said finish the test strips.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't go over everywhere he's been done SS5. I mean, we don't even know what products we're even talking about. So, I mean, he's got to continue to maintain the roads how he needs to maintain them for now until a choice can be made on which gory, which type. Yeah, I mean, so all we can do is operate the way he has to operate. And I'm hoping you can tell me, Bryce, that the 4 miles is good enough, 2 different quarries, that we can at least see a result from that.
Well, I mean, there's no arguing it's better rock than what we get locally. And the whole thing is, you know, we watch it, you know, that's why I didn't set up any certain amount of time, because it depends on the weather and everything else too.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sure Kent would probably tell you, if you drive out there now, the wheel pass where we put this rock down the middle, it's basically set up very, very hard. You know, but again, that's, even putting 500 tons a mile isn't an awful lot when you start talking about rebuilding roads when we get up over 1,000 tons a mile, but that's with the proper crown and everything else. But, you know, you guys said you want to try different rocks, so I've got Toronto that I can still pull from, and one more. But again, if that's what you want me to do, based on getting 4 out of the 18 miles done, we're 22% into that $225,000. So you turn around, we're going to spend over another $150,000 to finish out this rock based on where we are now.
Yeah, and I don't.
So again, if that's what you want me to do, then I will.
And I don't think we, if those 4 miles are good enough, I think we need to evaluate those 4 miles in early fall. See how they've held up all the way to then. If they get smashed into the mud and it turns out it doesn't really matter what you put down, we don't want to be buying it. So we need some time to see those strips.
So exactly where are they?
This is Dave. I think we need to go with the instructions we gave you last week and continue on so we can take care of all of our county residents. It's not a few spots. You know, we got 800 miles of road, and you're talking about 18 miles of road, spending half a budget on it. I feel that we need to, kind of like Kent, that we need to watch our dollars, but we still need to put gravel down the middle of the roads and make it passable.
Yeah.
That's all we can do this year because of last year's weather. We just need to move on and let Bryce do what he does best. I'm done.
So I need to know what the 4 roads are then, so that,
There's
Two
roads.
2 roads, 4
4
miles.
miles.
okay, so it's Falcon then?
Falcon and 290th.
290th from Diamond West, 2 miles.
All the way out. It's past Diamond.
Yeah,
For Durham.
it's west of Diamond.
Yeah.
That's where it started.
It's
For
west
2
of,
miles.
I thought it was,
Where's the other 2
I
miles?
thought it was west of 290th.
But west, yeah, it's west of.
Bryce,
Well,
Bryce,
it
could
is,
you,
it is 290th.
Yeah.
It's 2 miles of 290th.
290th
Bryce, could
goes
you
east and
tell
west.
us, email us the mileage where the 2 roads are at? So
There you
everybody
go.
has
There you go, Dave.
Correct locations. You email all the commissioners the GPS locations.
Yeah, I sent that to you once. I'll have to try to find it. I don't find it real right away here, but I'll get it to you.
Falcon only had a quarter of a mile.
Yeah, we just had 3 loads.
So that's not the other piece of the 4 miles, somewhere else.
That's what I'm saying, I don't know where the other 2 miles, you know where the other 2 miles besides those 2 you just talked about?
2 3/4 mile
4 miles, he said he had done.
on 290th.
No,
Oh.
2 miles on 290th, 2 miles on Falcon.
No.
Well, It was only a
1 mile on
Four
Fountain.
quarter miles only been done.
Just the first block.
Okay, then I don't know where the other is.
That's what's.
Those are the two.
Where's the other 2 miles besides 290th, Bryce? That's where the question is.
250th west of K-15.
Okay, thank you. That's
Oh, yeah.
what, I hadn't seen it yet.
And that's only, it's about an eighth of a mile.
250th west of K-15.
Yeah, right off the blacktop going west.
Okay, and that's not out by you.
That's south of Durham.
It's south, it's between Hillsborough and Durham.
So both of the roads are right there in your area, right?
Yeah,
Well, just the one
He's got
2
parallel.
mile,
Yeah.
1 2 mile strip. Everything else is an eighth of a mile, a quarter of a mile.
yeah, it's not that, the 2 mile stretch is the longest stretch.
All right, that's kind of, okay. Never mind.
I don't. All right, I'm just gonna lay it out like this. The times right now, we need to pull back the reins. But that doesn't mean that 2 months from now, we come out of this and the doom and gloom is over, we can revisit this. We can come back and start talking about some hard rock again.
Yes.
Right now, we have to take a conservative measure.
Right, we need to wait till budget time.
Yeah. So that's how I guess I'm going to pursue it and stay with what Dave said that we talked about last week. But I'm still going to bring it back up and when the clouds lift.
We just stay on course, quit changing directions all the time. Because, you know, nobody knows what's,
And you are correct, John, except the fact is that when we haven't seen the hard rock that we thought we was gonna see when I made the motion to start with. And so, and right now, I don't think it's the time to go go get it from the quarries, because they're all behind.
Yeah.
And wait till summer, a little drier weather gets here, maybe they'll all catch up and maybe we can get some different examples and see if that's what we want to.
We'll also be buying dry rock.
Yeah, right.
It won't be all wet.
Yeah.
And I'll add also to Randy, what he said is true, and I support that 100%, and I guess I asked the questions because, and as you can see, there was so much confusion in the commission.
Yeah.
We don't even know what the plan is. And we have set directions already that have not been followed, and then we change them, and we change them back and forth. And then the next week times have changed, so nobody knows what anybody's doing. And so that's why I asked the questions, because I have, just like Mr. Becker wants to have correct answers to tell his constituents, I'd like to have them too.
Right, I would definitely like to revisit Randy's motion that we had, and bring that back up at a future time when we're not so concerned about the budget as we are right now. I mean, right now, we have no idea what we're gonna get. We have no idea, and we need to be conservative.
And also realize, we don't have a rock budget right now. You know where those payments are coming from.
Yeah. So, all right, Bryce, sorry about all around, but is there anything else?
The only other thing that probably don't have time for, but if you had any questions about the 5-year plan, but that we probably don't have time for that either, so.
Yeah, no, I think we,
Okay.
no,
But otherwise, that's all I have.
I would encourage each commissioner to reach out to you if they have any concerns about the 5-year plan and talk to you
Okay.
directly.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, Bryce.
Thanks, Bryce.
Thanks.
All right. Wow.
Do you guys need a quick break or anything, or?
Are you suggesting this one, next one's gonna be a long one, Tina?
No, I was just asking because everything has taken a little
It's
bit
a
longer.
good idea.
The next one will be.
Yeah.
You guys, we take a recess. What's the wishes of the commission? How long?
Goodbye, maybe.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Anybody dispute that?
Just need a break, that's it.
Okay,
Yeah, take
so
a
just a
5-minute
5-minute
recess.
break and we'll be right back. I'm not gonna, turn the meeting off, we'll
No,
just
it's
be out
recessed.
for a moment.
Yeah.
Set up the meeting. Little massage.
Yeah.
Is there coffee upstairs?
I don't know, I'll have to go see, there might be, yeah.
So, I know we're off, I just wanna make clear one
Oh,
thing.
it's still running. It's a recess.
Everything is still running,
Mhm.
so if they're just looking at us,
Say what?
they're still looking at us?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, okay, so I can't tell you anything?
Well, I suppose you could. I don't know.
Oh.
It's-
I'll wait till we get back.
It's just us two in here anyway right now. but-
I'll wait till we get back.
Alright.
Need any more wipes? You could send them around again.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea, mine's getting kinda dry.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
These are getting hard to find anymore.
Yeah, they are. We can't order anymore, so we're trying to be really conservative with them.
So I went up to Salina last week, there's 4 elderly people in Tampa and around. And I said, if you guys wanna put together a grocery list, I'll go get it for all of you, so all 4 of you don't have to go out. And that's one of the things everybody wanted. So, and to fulfill my list from everybody, even though they might want it one, you know, pack of toilet paper or one of those or whatever, every store you go to, limit 1.
Right.
So I had to go to multiple stores, but the point is I went to Sam's, and Sam's had a 4-pack of those.
So were you able to
But I was
divide
only
them out?
able to buy 1, but,
Yeah.
so I gave each one of the families 1, it
That's
worked out fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they'll have them again this week or not, but I was
Well,
lucky
we're
to
out
go.
at home too, and I haven't been able to find any for my house, but we're trying to use whatever else we can
Yeah.
find. My water. disposable is fine.
Less than 6 feet, more than 10 minutes. There we go.
Still wants a half a pot of coffee down there.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So some left.
Okay, good.
Resume the meeting?
Okay.
Before we go into something else, can I just clarify something?
Yes.
I do have a text message here, and I just want to make it very clear. I have a text message here from Randy Dawkey on the day that we went out to Falcon, and this is probably the day after, and he says, I have stopped the hard rock hauling to Falcon. Let them finish 290th. We're going to concentrate on just getting rock so people can get in and out. We will discuss it on Friday. So, Randy is the one who actually stopped the hauling. I only told the trucker to stop hauling till the commissioners come to look at it, and the calls were already made to the commissioners to come out and look at it. And then Randy made the decision to actually stop the hauling. And this text message is right here.
And to be honest, he didn't solely. I mean, he had talked to me because Linda had contacted me. And,
That's right.
and I said, yes. So
I-
you get eyes on it.
That's right.
And I have to trust you guys because I was
But
in
the truckers
quarantine.
You
done
were-
called and
that's
said
right.
they stopped.
You were, that's
That's
right, you
Bryce.
were, and
Yeah.
then Becker was also called, because the object of the
I
game
went out
was
and
to
looked at
have
it.
the commissioners to come out and look
Yep.
at it. I did not make the final call to stop anything, no matter what the conversation was with the rest. It wasn't me. So I'm just saying, I got,
For clarity, yeah.
for clarity, it
You want to
wasn't
ask
me.
Bryce? Ask Bryce, he'll tell you. The truckers told him that you stopped him.
Well, that's hearsay, Randy.
Okay.
That's hearsay. I
So
mean,
if-
I've got evidence right here that you're the one that
Okay.
stopped
Okay,
them.
let's
Let's-
go on now.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait,
We,
Other things to
Mr.
do.
Crowfoot.
We've got another big topic that we need to get onto. This option, whether we remain with the existing or go to the option 3 or the option 2, I've spent some time looking at it. I wanted to be sure and have my eyes on one thing, and it was option number 3, the employee contributions. Option number 3, does the employee contribution go down?
Well, it can if the board says it can go down.
Well, based on the current percentages, does it? I know there was a breakout, I never have found it.
Okay.
It was basically.
It went up slightly, I think. I did some different scenarios based on,
There we are.
so,
So current.
okay.
I know
So
she would compare it to.
if you look at our current rate structure, right now, this single plan individual pays 10%, and then the county pays the rest. And then on the family, they've been paying 40%. So So if you look at the option 3, and if you look at the Delta Dental, which was the recommendation, on the information of the spreadsheet that I put together, the employee cost does not go down. It doesn't increase very much, but it does increase a little bit on some of the options. So if you look at option 2, which is where usually we start, the employee single contribution, if we do it based on the same percentage, goes up $1.65. Family goes up about $20. If you look down at the option 3 for the family, that goes up by $40.
I'm trying to figure out how that is. If we're talking about keeping 10%.
Well, but it was 10% based on option 2, and then you use those numbers for the other 2 plans. So, I mean, you guys
Should
can
be-
set what that would be.
Because we currently have option 1. And
Okay,
whatever that
okay.
is,
You're,
that's the dollar
Okay.
value I was looking at.
all right, when I'm saying option 2, that's the mid of what our current plan is, which, that's the renewal one. We have 3 options within each one. And so when I'm saying option 2, I'm talking about the middle option, which is the $1,000 deductible. And so on the overall plan that was recommended, which Sally called option 3, there are still 3 options within that. And so if I take the 10% contribution that everybody pays on the middle option, which we call option 2 of that plan, and then the other plans are built around that.
I guess
So it used to be,
I'm looking at what Bruce, is that his name? Yeah.
right,
Brought to us in his option 3.
right. So what I have on the screen and what I sent you all is our rate structure based on that option. So if you're calling that option 3, that's what's on your screen, but we still have 3 options within that. And so option 1 is the $1,500 deductible, option 2 is $2,500, and option 3 is $3,500. And how we have always built those rate schedules in-house with the commission, it used to be the county paid 100% of the middle option of whatever plan we had for the single, and then the families would pay the difference. And then if they wanted a higher option, like if they wanted a lower deductible or better coverage, they paid the difference in premium for that. And then if they wanted a lesser deduction, then it would be less expensive.
So you're talking about the 3 different deductible options within each.
The overall option
Yeah.
or plan. So that word option there's a lot of use of it and it overlaps, so that is confusing. But if we built
So
the
does
plan
your-
3.
Yeah, the plan 3 is what you've done this off of.
Right, so if we did I did a bunch of different ones, but if you did the plan 3 based on the single still paying 10% of the second middle option, really, the only thing that has gone down at all is the single contribution for the $1,500 deductible plan. And so they would be paying a little bit more in most cases and getting less coverage, is what I'm saying. So that was what I was talking about in my communication.
I figure if the overall debt liability is cheaper. I'm just trying to figure that
So what
it's
I-
not cheaper, it's up 3.
Right, it's not cheaper.
4%.
3.7.
What I did do was, I did a figure where if the county were to take on all of the individual increase amounts, I just did an overall figure that would increase the county's cost for the year by about $3,000 if we didn't have any increase on the employees. If we kept the employees' contribution exactly what it is today and took on that increase.
For plan number 3.
For plan 3. I mean, it doesn't make their premiums go down, but it at least doesn't raise it. And it's, of course, because it is a reduction in coverage if you go with that option 3. So.
I mean, yeah, if it's somebody like me, that I don't go to the doctor very often, I don't need my insurance, I pay for it. If it was a savings to the employee, it would work well for me. I mean, it was a savings
Right, and I
per
also.
month that I'm paying. Now, somebody that's at the other end of the spectrum, that uses the insurance and they always hit the maximum out of pocket, it's a $1,300 upset to them, because that's the maximum out of pocket, because that's as far as they'll go. The person in the middle, I don't know.
But you need to look at our county's history. That's what we have to go by.
I also did one where we look at a potential increase or decrease for the employees if you go with option 3. So that was one of the tabs that I sent you. So like if you happen to reduce the single premium by, approximately $55, I try to keep them all similar.
Yeah, I see that.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
Can you raise it just a little bit?
Uh-huh.
Because I've got my mic and everything blocking.
Yeah, so that, this is, that would be, if we did it like that, the county increased portion for the 9 months left in this year would be approximately 73,000. But you can see that all of the premiums for the employees went down a similar amount. Now, I don't know how many would stay on which plans, because these plans are so much different than the plans we have right now. So, but I did prepare one showing you what it would look like, because I thought if you're reducing coverage, if there's a way to reduce the employee premium, that would maybe be more attractive than keeping it the same or making them have an increase and then still losing coverage.
So how many people met their deductible? I mean, 20% have?
I don't have any way to know that.
Okay, you don't, okay.
No, since we're fully insured, we
You have
don't
to go
get
by our loss
that.
history.
Yeah.
I mean, our loss history is way up there, so a lot of people must have met
We
it.
had some really large claims, for sure, and we have had large claims for several years consistently,
Same
which
right,
is why nobody wants to give us a good rate right now.
Everybody has a heart attack
Right.
or transplant.
It's anything that takes intensive medical
Yeah.
intervention.
And how much did you guys increase the budget last year?
The budget, we increased to 911,000, I believe, for health insurance.
Okay.
And we spent 790,000 last year. So on this example that I have for you, if we reduce the employee premiums, we would increase the county, we would probably increase spending by about 73,000, which is 863,000 total estimated spending when we budgeted 911,000.
So I thought the 73 was for the remaining of this year.
Yes.
Okay, so
That's
for
this budget year.
Yes, okay.
So I mean,
Total
that's-
increase is higher than that.
Okay, yeah, but not for a 12 months.
Right,
So
but
it would be
if we're
higher for
looking
12
at-
months. Yeah.
Right, it's $8,000 a month, approximately, for the
So
increase.
under this plan, we would fit into the budget by roughly 41,000.
Right, and it depends, of course, on which plans everyone takes, because
Yeah.
since it's a whole different, I just had to estimate it the same way Sally did, based on how many people are currently enrolled in each plan, because we don't have a way of knowing who's going to do what.
How many people are already enrolled in option 3?
Well,
Let's
right
see
now,
what's
in
that.
option 3, 17 individuals and 1 family. In option 3 of our current plan, which is the
Right.
highest deductible, which our current plan, the highest deductible is $1,500 for a single, and this one is $3,500.
And
That's quite a big difference.
Not really. Not in today's world, that's not a big difference.
Well, if you live from paycheck to paycheck, it is.
it is, and all of it's rough. It's not a fun decision.
But anyway, I did try to give you lots of different options.
In going with everything that's been discussed today, I mean, play the conservative card right now, I think. And this that she's got on the screen right now still fits within budget. It still allows some savings to plan for what is going. We don't know. We don't know where things are going right now.
Which one are you referring to exactly?
The option 3
Okay,
that we all got,
yes.
and this is trying to help the employees out on getting less coverage, in a sense, to where they can put some money back and try to make up the difference through a year to pay that higher deductible.
So you're saying option 3 and leave it as what they're paying now, not do any increase?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
what he's looking at on this screen is potentially reducing the contribution of the employees.
So then then you're gonna increase the budget by almost 100,000, right? Is what you're
No.
saying there?
No, from the plan, we will increase it by the 73,000, but that makes our overall plan at 800.
Oh, you remember just to January or to December now?
Yeah.
You're not counting for next year?
Yeah, you gotta
Okay.
go over, so you're only going to December.
Well, this is for the budget year, because when we're talking about the budget year, that's, we
Next
budgeted
year.
911.
I got it.
But that will carry us through to this time next year, right? Because our re-enrollment.
No.
This would be
No.
until
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
end of December.
So-
Yeah, so it'll be
what-
higher.
It would be 24,000 for approximately,
months.
there's no way to really know.
Even 32,000 more, 4
No,
months.
3 months. This
3
is
months.
9 months, just 3
Okay.
more months, which would be in the next budget year.
So it's
So-
about 100,000.
So we're looking at basically hitting the $911,000 mark by
No.
having those 3 months in.
No,
No?
because we're at 863, so if you add 24,000 to that, that's still under 900,000.
Okay. That's the.
Of course, that 911,000 becomes an irrelevant number at the end of the budget year. That's
Right.
why I figure it, that's why I show it to you this way, so you can see the impact to the budget.
So the total amount to the budget then will be 911,000.
No,
That's what budget.
That's how much we budgeted.
budgeted.
So with this increase, it will be,
863.
it would be potentially the impact, because last year we spent 790,000, and with this increase, the projected amount above that we would maybe spend would be 73,000 for this budget year. If you wanted to add in 3 more months, it's another 24,000.
So next
it's a-
year's total, that 863 is gonna be somewhere around 890 next year, when we see that, so that 790 went up 100,000.
Right.
Yeah.
so next year you'll probably have another 20% increase.
Well,
So it'll be different.
on this plan, it will
I mean,
be.
have you thought about the employees? I mean, you're taking away a lot of benefits.
Right.
And, you know, it's hard to keep good employees because you can't pay, go below market in salary. That's why people are leaving.
So what, that is a valid point, and I did send you, if we went with the option 2 that Bruce gave us, it's the one that was a 16% increase instead of 21%. That one still has a 500,000, 1,500 deductible, and the co-insurance after you meet your deductible is still 80/20. So it's the least significantly felt upfront cost to the employees potentially for a change in coverage. And that would probably, for the budget year that's remaining, would be about 89,000 if people stayed on similar levels of where they are. And that's with them paying, that's with the employees paying the same percent that they are today. So there would be an increase on all of the options for the employees and then also for the county. So if you look at the family coverage, it looks like most of those are going up about $100. So based on that. So that is another option. That would be, overall, the out-of-pocket cost on that plan is higher than what we have today. And there's some other changes on it, but it is the one that Sally said, in my conversation with her on Friday, would be the most similar if we can't go back with our current plan.
Okay, you had a figure a while ago of $8,000 a month on option 2.
Right, it's.
What do you have? Somewhere
It's
about
9,900, so
Right,
about 10,000,
About
yeah.
10,000, about $2,000 more a month.
Right,
Or 10,000 a month, so 120,000 instead of
Right.
100,000.
right.
So that would be 120,000 on 790. We would be looking at 915 or 920, maybe 920 even at the most. Depends on what people do. Where that 790 is for next year's budget,
So for next year's budget,
it'd be 920.
well, I
If we
think
did
what we
this one.
need, I think what we need to start doing is looking at self-insurance, proposals that the other counties are doing.
We have
Other
looked at,
counties are doing a lot of self-insuring or even
Yeah.
partial self-insuring, which is saving tons of money. And we need to really start
And
looking at that.
that's a roll of the dice, though.
Yeah,
there are
because-
certain times that it makes sense to do that, and when you have a lot of large claims, that's not necessarily the time to go to that.
Yeah,
We
But
looked
you
at
get
that,
stop loss, though. We never
I
looked at it since I was a
understand.
We need to
Yes,
have
yes,
better
Sally
voice.
presented that last year.
Younger
She
voice.
gave a brief thing on, but didn't go into it in detail.
Because it didn't make financial sense for the county to
No.
do it, that's
No,
why.
the reason she didn't do it so much last year is because of the timing. We got into it so late, and to change it into a self-insured is a lot of preparation, and we didn't have the time to
Well,
really
and
get
it-
into it. It wasn't because it wasn't effective or anything like that, but we didn't have the time.
Well,
Okay,
We don't have the time, I guess, we don't
If we
have the
do
time
make a change
now.
like that, we should definitely try to do it at the end of the calendar year going into the next
Yeah,
year.
that's
But
what I was
at the
gonna say.
same,
We need to.
in the same token, I do remember the conversations from last year.
Yeah.
And it was
Mhm.
not just, there was no time. It was not a feasible option for the county at the time because of our claims.
Yeah,
So-
we looked at it too, it's a
Yeah.
gamble for 5 years.
And it's usually a larger pools, so they can even out those losses.
See, it would be interesting, it would be at least for us to have somebody who is knowledgeable on it to do a presentation. And when I was calling around a couple of weeks ago, I did talk to a couple of insurers who that's pretty much what they do. And I told several counties, they love it. It is a process to get it set up. But
That's
you
not the
have
sub-
a
it's
stop,
not the
you have a
subject
stop
today.
loss to where the county only pays so much out and then the insurance company takes over. So it
I
protects the county.
I think we ought to look into that down the road. We just simply don't have the time to do it.
No, I'm
now.
not suggesting that we do it now.
And
By any
being-
means, we don't
being
have
that
time.
We are gonna be staying with Blue Cross Blue Shield, whatever
Yeah.
plan that is. I would last year, Bruce came into us 3 or 4 months before renewal and kinda gave us an update of how things are going and that. This year, we didn't receive that.
Well, he did send some emails
Yeah.
out, which was an update saying,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
I was
it's
I was
pretty high.
prepared
Yeah.
for the
Well, I mean, we were
increase.
all prepared for an increase, but I would like to see, his visual presence again at some point in time during the contract year
Yeah.
to address all of the commissioners.
So I guess I am I'm going to throw out the motion and see if it dies. To go with the option 3, where the county helps out the employees and takes down their contribution.
But adds more out of pocket.
It adds more out of pocket.
I'm gonna second that motion. Me, insurance sucks for everybody today.
Yeah.
Nobody
Well,
softens my blow when I get price increases on my insurance.
And I'm gonna have to look at something like it for my company next year. I've just been re-enrolled since January, so I'm locked. So,
It's a good plan, and really in today's world, it's not that bad.
But you're not even entertaining that if we went over on it'd be about 920 somewhere total. I mean, we probably this year it would still have 911 is what you said we have in budget this year.
Mhm.
Another 2,000 times not 18,000 up there. You'd be right at budget if you went to option 2 for this year. But that would raise your budget to, it's gonna raise it, even option 3 is gonna raise it to a total of of 880 or 885, somewhere in there. I'm just looking at big numbers for a year. 915, 920 next year is what you'll see up there on that screen where it says 790.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just reaffirm what Dave was saying. We also, that we need to take into account more than just the price. And we've been known in the county as having really good benefits, and we're under market on salaries.
Not always.
We need to take that into account because we've been able to maintain a good workforce because of that. It keeps people from driving out of the county for a higher wage. And so that's been one of the good perks that I believe that this county's been able to maintain a adequate and trainable workforce.
Also, the number right up there on the board is 31 of our employees is in that account, in that option 2.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the majority of them?
Well, so
In that option 3, does that still keep Blue Cross
no.
Dental?
This one was prepared with her recommendation of the Delta Dental. However, it's not that much of a difference to keep the Blue Cross Dental.
Well, I'm gonna stick with Kent on that piece. Is I would not want to see it shift from Blue Cross. Right now, we don't need to cause any more panic than necessary.
For the dental, you mean?
And the dental, the single rate.
The companies, we need to
Well,
do
the
that.
dental has a year waiting period to switch.
Yeah.
So I found that out going from insurance to Medicare. I had to pay for my dental work for a whole year.
Yeah, no, I think we
Didn't tell me that going into it.
we need to.
So that adjusts the rates just slightly because I did figure it based on the, with Delta on that. However, actually the family rate I think on Delta was higher, but was higher than what we have, and the single rate was a little bit less.
So would you have that year waiting period with Delta? Probably for.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, not cleaning, but probably any extensive work.
Everybody gets clean, but
Yeah.
crowns and fillings and.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it would be, if you're making a significant change to the health insurance, if you do go to the option 3, that was one of the other things that I had suggested. It would be a really good thing if you could keep the dental with Blue Cross if you do that change, because then you're not taking away everything. And Delta has decent coverage, but going from a plan with no limit to a plan with a limit, even if people aren't necessarily using it all the time, can be a big impact. So, and the rates aren't that much different.
And I have really evaluated the thought in my mind and tried to think of who this would affect the most, and like I said, the top end people that really need the insurance, it hurts them by $1,300 basically, maximum out of pocket.
Well, the maximum out of pocket is, well, with the plans, it's your potential out of pocket cost, not just considering the maximum out of pocket, but if you look at the co-insurance and the deductibles, it's a big change, because right now, because the maximum out of pocket currently, I mean, that includes all your
That's
copays.
on a single.
That's the most you would ever pay, including copays.
Family,
So,
you're looking at 27 or
yeah, right
27.
now, on option 1, it's $3,000 for a single, $6,000 for a family, the maximum out of pocket. That's
Our
not
current-
not including
But our current plan
our current,
is 5,000, 10,000.
that's yeah, but you're not seeing what I'm saying here. Oh, it's actually, yes, but the most that somebody would experience out of pocket for a claim is $3,000. The MOOP is only pertains to copays then after that. They're not gonna pay more than that $3,000 if they're on option 1, or $35 if they're on option 2, or $4,000 if they're on option 3 as a single. Let me pull that piece up for you to see. If I It's a big change.
It's more of an option. When you go to 3, you're gonna lose more in all the
So,
deductibles and everything, I think.
right, so when you go back to our current plan, those numbers I have written in the middle, that is your out-of-pocket expense. So like somebody goes in for a procedure, if they meet their deductible, and then they're gonna pay co-insurance up to, they're gonna pay 20% up to the maximum out-of-pocket, which is that 2,500 right up there that I'm circling. Okay, so the most somebody's gonna pay for a big procedure would be about it would be, if they're on option 2, the middle option would be 3,500. That MOOP is there, that maximum out of pocket on the plan, but that pertains to all your copays. So that's your prescription copays and everything can't go beyond that number. That's not if you go in for a big procedure. If you go in for a big procedure, your maximum is your deductible plus your portion of the co-insurance. Do you see what I'm talking about? Then when you go down to, so the next one he gave us was if we just renew it the same and the only change would be the ER copay, and that was the 21%, the 20.1% increase.
Yeah.
So then when you go to option 1 that he brought, the out-of-pocket, you see it changes because they bumped the deductibles up. And then the co-insurance, instead of 80-20, it goes to 50-50. So the employees would pay 50% up to this 2,500. So that increases the out-of-pocket potential for a big claim to these numbers that I gave you. See, the maximum out-of-pocket, the MOOP, is still 5,000 up here, but that includes all your copays for doctor visits and prescriptions. So then when you go to the option 2, which is the one that Sally and Bruce both said would be the least felt change for employees regarding those kind of upfront costs, you've lost that, your coinsurance is still 80-20, your deductibles are still here, but instead of having a cap on how much you pay for coinsurance like the first 2 plans did, they went up to 2,500. Now the coinsurance is in place all the way up to the MOOP, maximum out of pocket. So your maximum out of pocket for all 3 of these plans is $5,000. Okay, and it also changes your office visit copay for a specialist to $70, and then it doesn't allow you anymore to carry over your deductible, and then the accident rider is gone. So that is still a change, a pretty significant change on the out of pocket max. But it still gives them the opportunity to do the 500, 1,000, or 1,500 deductible. So then when you go to option 3, which is the one that Sally recommended because of the price, you will see that the out-of-pocket cost jumps to $6,350 for a single and $12,700 for a family. And that is, you see it's because the deductibles are increased, and then you also have the 50-50 coinsurance, and then the actual MOOP is higher. And it still changes your office visit copay for a specialist and has those other changes as well. So this is a significantly different plan than what we're currently offering. But see, that's the impact. Like if you had a big claim, a big procedure, you're gonna jump in option 1, for instance, as you're gonna jump from 3,000 out of pocket max to 6,350 for a single. And you're gonna jump from 6,000 or a potential 6,000 maximum out of pocket for a family up to 12,700 when you change to this plan. That's on your, if somebody uses their services in the year. Now, if they hit that maximum out of pocket, that 12,700 or that 6,350, they're not gonna have to pay any more copays for anything either, but.
Or any follow procedures.
Right,
or
right.
anything, and then those are your big ticket people that I was talking about, the people that really use the insurance.
So diabetes is a big thing anymore. That's what's killing them.
Yeah, and
It isn't our plan.
I know that some of the younger people, they have insurance because they, just in case, but they typically don't use it that much, and they would see the benefit of a reduced
Right, that's
paying
what,
in.
that's why I was gonna say, if you go with option 3, it's a big change, and think about maybe, that's why I provided at least the information of what it would be if you allowed a reduced premium to go along with the reduced coverage, so.
That also helps us a lot with employee retention, because we've had people that have gone through some of that
Does anybody have questions about the actual plans themselves and how they compare? Okay.
Did you get to talk to any of the employees? Do they have any opinions?
I have not talked to
They-
anyone. I mean,
They all have, well, I've talked to several. They want to keep what we have, but they also understand
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
So I guess my motion is still on the table and Diane's second.
And is that, did you want to clarify which dental option you were talking about with that?
I wanted to clarify that we stuck with Blue Cross's dental.
Okay. Are you okay still to second that with that? Okay.
And we've had some discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So, motion fails, 3-2. So, now we'll move on to the next thing. Somebody else has got something better.
I think we're gonna be a little bit, looks at it, just be a little bit over on the total budget. We got 911, but I think option 2 might be able to slide in there for 9 something, a little over. If you look at the full year, this year is okay, I believe, but when you look at that number for next year, it's gonna be 910 or 9 so is what I think it's gonna be up there, which is 100 and.
Well, for the next year, you're not gonna know what your other 9 months are. You only know the first 3 months right now because
Correct,
you don't know
correct.
what you're looking at.
Correct, I'm just saying, if it did stay the same, which it hasn't,
Mhm.
this went up. And I think all your ideas, even looking at the self-funding, but we've got to get some people in here to help us out to make that decision instead of getting down to the timeline. That's one thing I see, so. I personally would like to see something in step 2, and now the percentage, the way you had it figured, what would that affect the employees for option 2?
So if you see on option 2, if that would be keeping the percent contributions the way they are right now,
They would have an increase.
they would have an increase. The single would be $11.50 a month, and then the family on option 2 is $99. Option 3 is $119. Option 1 is $103, unless you decide to make a little change there too. But you know, they're within $10 to $13 of an increase. It is still a change in coverage,
But not as radical.
but not as radical.
Not a radical change.
Employee family always, ever since I've been here, the families has just always been, I mean.
It's a huge dollar.
It is for take it out of your paycheck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some girls at work that don't hardly take home any money between insurance and daycare.
Oh, daycare, yeah, daycare insurance, yes, that's another story. I don't know how anybody else feels.
People work for
It's
insurance.
a national problem.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a problem everywhere.
I don't know, is anybody else?
I would like to with Blue Cross.
What about
you know.
the deductions though? What kind of percentage are you looking at? Do you want to stay the same? I mean, just where they're at, just raise it up, it's the same amount.
It'd be
It's not a huge amount.
It'd be easier to sell to employees.
The way she's got it planned out, this meets budget. I mean, I'm still gonna go back to everything we talked about today about trying to
Meet the budget.
Well, meet the budget or conserve some money or.
We're under budget.
Yeah.
I'm even looking at next year's
Yeah,
budget. I
yeah.
mean, it's just getting to
Yeah.
where something, but yet I want to thank Sally right off.
Oh, yeah.
For bringing in here and saying, hey, there's nobody else wants us. I mean, right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's.
We just
We
have a
need
high loss
to
rate.
keep everybody healthy somewhat. We feel bad here for that now.
Well, this is still gonna be a win no matter which way we go. based on
I
staying with
agonized
us.
over this too, and, you know, if this would have been a normal year, I don't know what a normal year is, I'd have probably been a little bit more agreeable that option number 3. There's just so much uncertainty out there. I hate to change insurance radically as far as looking at this out-of-pocket cost. Yeah, we have to bite the bullet a little bit to do it, but
I will throw another motion on the table to go with what Tina Scott proposed, and option 2, with keeping Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
Dental.
With dental.
I would second that.
Got a motion by me, second by Randy. Any other discussion about that? All those in favor?
all right.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
4-1.
And again, I'd like to thank Sally for bringing in, I appreciate 2 people who can listen to one all the time, but I think even though it cost us some money this year, it cost her a lot of work to do some things, so I appreciate her work.
Kind of opened our eyes that
Oh, it did.
that we're not a good candidate
It
for
did.
insurance.
Well, my eyes were open 2 years ago.
I mean, the claims aren't from accidents, it's from health.
Yeah, well, we don't really know what,
Both.
Well, I mean, no
Both.
broken legs, broken backs, or necks, or,
Mhm.
you know.
we can't know anything. It's
Well,
HIPAA
But
stuff.
Diane's
We know
saying
he
is,
missed one.
how are we gonna address something to change? That's,
I mean, we're just digging ourselves a deeper hole every year, because Blue Cross knows they got us. They know it.
so there's gotta be a way to dig out of this hole somewhere.
Okay, so
Keep them healthy.
thank you, everybody, for really taking this one. I know everybody agonized on it a little bit. And we're not gonna make everybody happy no matter what we do. So, moving on then, since, is that good enough
Yeah, I think so.
direction?
Yes.
Check. We're gonna go on to the Restoration Center budget allocation request.
And just as an update, you had asked Joy to provide some information. And so she has done that. I don't know if she was on earlier, but I don't see any unidentified callers on here at the moment, so she may have gotten off. Joy, do you happen to be on the call?
Somebody talked. Now you are. It was just talking a second ago.
But anyway, she did send information. I think you had asked for some specifics on how many people they were assisting, et cetera.
It's 50, right?
Yeah, somewhere.
41.
41. Actual clients who attended classes, 34. Transportation services, 6. 7 clients graduated successfully. I think somewhere there was a 50 number noted. And it came out to basically, I think, yeah, down there, I think. So there's 50, 12,000. So it breaks out to, what was it, $240 per person is what I was seeing there.
What was that figure that we gave them when they first came in?
Well, when they requested the 12,000,
Right.
but we only get right now, special alcohol funds, I mean, that's what they were requesting, and we only get, like under 5,000 a year, and those have been administered through FACT. We did budget, I put in the budget, to pay out of sales tax, the 12,000. It's just a matter of whether you wanted to fund in that amount or not.
How much did we put in yet last year? Didn't they ask?
Last year, they received the old special alcohol monies that were still left in the fund before we went to the different way of administering those. So we had, it was like $4,600 or somewhere around there. That was
That
from
was for half a
before the
year.
commission changed to having FACT administer those funds. And So they did receive that last year. And they have not received any allocation this year because you had not approved the allocation. I mean, we budgeted for it, but the commission needs to take action to decide how much of that they wanna pay, or if they're gonna pay it.
I see they have requested funds from the Department of Families in the amount of 70,000, which would be from July of 2020 to June of 2021. Whether they get that much or not.
I had a $60,000 budget last year.
And so Jonah, this to me, of course, I'm looking at the county as a whole with our drug problem that we have and alcohol. And a lot of people like to sweep it under the rug, but it's a serious problem. And this group right here is in several counties and they're doing a good job. They're trying to help, and if you can get anybody off of drugs and alcohol, I don't see how we can possibly reduce their funding or refuse to give them the funding that they're asking for. 12,000 for what they do and the impact that it has on the county going forward. I fully support it, and I know in talking to the other counties and even some of the other boards that I'm on, support this. I know Judge Powers supports it. Because when people are sentenced to court and they're sentenced to have rehab, if we don't have it here in our county, half the time they can't make it to Newton and other places.
Setting them up
And then
for
the
failure.
ball just keeps rolling and rolling, and the problem just festers.
Yeah, setting them up for failure.
Exactly. And so I personally 100% support it, because we have a very serious problem here in Marion County, as other counties do, but we do here. We can't turn our back on it.
We're sitting with the judge in our room. I'm just gonna ask the judge. He's also a judge in his other world.
Oh, okay.
See if-
Make sure you're
do you-
speaking into your
Do you know about
microphone.
these people? Have you been told about these people?
Yeah, I don't use them here obviously because I don't do a lot of that sort of thing in Marion County, and they have a different program in Harvey County, but I'm at least aware of them, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And I support Diane, because you sort of believe it, don't you?
And I do find it hard to believe, I really do.
But they're right across from our office, and I do see lots of activity, and there are quite a few bicycles there, because you get a DUI, you can't drive. And they usually meet in the evenings, but there is lots of activity, so they're doing something every week.
So you're saying there's a lot of bicycles there, or is it just people that reside here? I mean, how are we taking care of the people
Well, I mean, there's
all around the county?
3 or 4, not a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
For
I mean,
DUIs.
it's still an issue if you live in Burns or something.
Yeah.
To try to get here.
But you can't have
And I mean,
that.
do they support any type of transportation
Yeah, they
to
said they
get
It's-
people here?
Yeah, that was that, there was 7, I think, that they noted, right? It was closer to the top. They-
Transport service 6,
6.
to and from Harrington 3 days a week.
Okay.
Harrington. Boy, Dickinson County.
What you just said though, Kent, is very true when the
Yeah.
judge tells them, goes, well, how'd I get there?
Yeah, I mean,
that is-
that's the biggest
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah. Family member has to take them, or they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think I'm getting that everybody wants to fund this, but what's the right dollar?
I would probably, if we give them 4,600 or 4,500 last year, I'd go to 9 and see what that, I mean, we haven't raised the CDDO, we haven't raised some of the others for a long time. And I know these are new, and I agree that they are doing work here in Marion County, so I'd double their budget, whatever, 45, 4,600, whatever, give them last year. Make sure that they stay. Glad to hear, Dave, your comments.
Yeah.
And glad to hear that they're here doing something.
The lights are on a lot.
And
so-
maybe we hear more of how they are reaching out to people outside of Marion. And we need to hear that too, maybe.
There's also cars there too.
Oh, yeah.
Not
Yeah.
just bicycles.
So are you making a motion?
Yeah, I'd make that motion to go to double the whatever our budget was last year for them.
Second
Got a motion by Randy, a second by Dave. Any other discussion?
I just think we should go by what they recommend, since they are the professionals, and they know what they need and what their costs are, rather than cutting them back, I just think it's a sad thing to cut that back. It's a dire need, it's a dire need, and you're only talking 3 more thousand, so.
I could see it the other point of view though. I mean, it could be 0. So, I'm
It's been 0
impressed
for a
that,
long time, so.
I'm impressed that
They can
everybody
always come back
thinks
to-
they need something at least. So it's
I mean, it's better than nothing, I'm just saying it's sad that we cut our dollars on people who are down and out, in providing those services.
Still have a motion, a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's the best we're gonna do, I'm gonna say aye.
Okay, 5-0.
And they can come back. I mean, what Dave said, they could come back at the end of the year.
I know, but that's what we said last year too, you know, you can come back, and so we just kind
Show
of
us.
nickel dime
They
to
didn't come
death,
back.
kind of, yep, they did come back.
No, they didn't. We had to ask them to come back.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
I
they were
asked
just
them
on
for
the sheet.
specific information
Yeah.
because that's what, nobody
Well-
wanted to give them any money till they had.
Yeah,
some
when they were on the
information.
list, they hadn't shown up, and then they showed up, and then you asked for the specific information. That's why it's pushed it out this far.
Okay, well, I was talking about last year too, when they were here, you know, we did the same thing to them and had to come back again, and we don't put other boards through quite this scrutiny, but
Well,
I'm
it's,
glad that they got something.
they're new, so I mean, it's an
Been here like
initiation
2 years
period.
now, almost 2 years, yeah. So this is, maybe been their second year or more.
Okay, going to go to, Brad.
Okay.
Brad.
Let's see, let's do the miscellaneous things first. Our road closure, the lease with Dale, I talked with him again yesterday, just reconfirming several things with you before this lease finally circulates. The requirement to gate it is his. Maintenance exclusively will be his. I had a conversation about his plan for that. He does, as I think Ken had indicated, or someone had indicated, he fully intends to farm it. It's not just gonna be a crossover area or a place for that pivot to go across. He intends to put it into production. When you look at it, which I did, there's really not a whole lot there. So it's not like we're closing up a bunch of ditches that we'd have to recreate. It's basically just kind of farmable now. Third concern of mine, we'll see how he likes the language I put in there. Absolute indemnification for anything that occurs on it during the term of any lease, including showing us proof of insurance. That would name us as, since we own it still, as a co-insured to the extent of if there was ever a claim on it for some reason by a third party, they would name us because we're listed as owner, and I want that covered as best we possibly can. And then the notice requirement, he had no issue with. The 60 days in advance, he said Mona would just put that on their other list of to-dos in October, and they would do that on an annual basis. Those were the 4 things I wanted to be sure we were clear on. He did, as I say, reconfirm that it was going to be in production, that a pivot would cross it consistently. So I'm noting all of that in the farm lease with it.
A question I have is on the signage. Are we gonna have to put up a sign and then would they pay for the sign?
I did not ask him that. I'm sorry. That's one I should have, because I know we talked about that and I didn't even think about that till now. I will call him and ask for sure. I don't think that's an issue. He'll probably ask us how much. Do we have any sense of what that, I don't know what that cost is. It varies according to the type
I
of
think
sign.
we would have to ask Bryce.
Right.
Okay, I'll check.
And the second thing, if he's gonna put it into production, then the whole thing's gonna look like one big field someday.
Yes.
So, will he then pay for the survey and so on and so forth if we desire to put it back to a road?
Haven't talked about it. That's part of the reason I wanted to bring it up again today. If we want me to put that in there, if that's your direction, I will see that it happens.
Yeah, he's gonna benefit from it for a while it's out, and if it ever comes
Yeah,
back.
the road would have to be remarked.
Yep.
Everything, well, then that's part of the problem they're having in Morris.
That's a
Yeah.
good one. That's a good point.
Okay, I'll note both of those things and get back with him to be sure. I think that should be about the end of all the things that we needed to go back and forth discuss between this body and him. There had been an inquiry for some time, and I apologize, I should have gotten to this sooner, but I realized why I hadn't by the time I got done. On the dual office incompatibility of offices, a question that had come up particularly as it related to township versus planning and zoning, and also a second question about a private board versus sitting on this commission. I put that all together, and I do have that in written form. I'm happy to provide it to you. I didn't because it was 40 pages. And I thought you're not going to want to plow through that. I did a shorter version, which I'll probably give you if you want all of the rest of it.
It'll come on a flash drive.
Yeah, I will do it that way because all of the AG's opinions date back 40, 50 years, and they're very consistent. The common law principles really got spoken to even as early as the early 1900s, but particularly after about 1970. Short form answer, the easy one first. If you are an elected official, and that's anything, city council or commission, township, county commission, school board, any of those positions under Chapter 25, there are distinct and complete prohibitions and requirements, and we've codified in Kansas in 25.123. Incompatibility of office keeps you from doing certain things. Since that could come up again, and I only wanted to do this once, I did go through and survey all of that so that I have in this what you all can do, because there are a lot of things you can do that a lot of county commissions I found don't realize they can do. And that has come up, and I was surprised, quite frankly, at a few of them. So that element of it gives you some latitude, but there's some express areas where you can't. The incompatibility of offices applies in two places, those elected positions that I just outlined, and public officers. That's the one a lot of people miss. Well, what the heck are public officers? That's pretty much common law. Certain types of positions, whether it's a city or a county, sheriff or a chief of police or certain department heads are considered public officers, and this applies to them, where a lot of them don't realize that. If it's a subordinate, like if the county attorney has an assistant, and that assistant county attorney decides they want to moonlight a little bit, if you want to call it that, and be a municipal judge, they can do that, where in certain instances the county attorney could not. So it's case by case. It's fairly subtle on some of these changes. There must be, I don't know, 40, 50 AG's opinions. As a matter of fact, for a period of time, they kind of did a moratorium. They weren't actually responding to them. I talked to Philip Michael at length about this one, but I wouldn't want to quote him. We just did that because I know him, and reached kind of a general consensus and agreement as to where we are. If we wanted specifically on the one related to planning and zoning and township, an opinion from the AG's office, I'm happy to make that request. I'll give you my take on it, and then you can decide if you'd like that. There is no express prohibition. I'm the one who said, as a rule, I tend to be conservative with this, and I recognize it's hard to get people in a lot of cases, and sometimes you've got good folks that are on a township board, but also are willing to do the other role, and they do a good job at it. I'm not questioning that. My reason for being discouraging about it is because when you look at the statutory scheme, you can create these planning and zoning boards countywide, and township by township can have one. And so, and a township board, and I've included all that statutory stuff among all of this information, so the statutes, because you start there. And then when the township board is created, and what their duties include, managing the real estate within the township. Okay, well, who's going to have the upper hand on that in terms of the say in this county? The planning and zoning board will dictate to that township board. And what I envisioned was, okay, if the township looks at it and says, gosh, we'd really like to do this or this or this because we have the ability to approve that, but planning and zoning says, no, it won't work with our overall scheme, there's where you start to have elements of conflict. Very rare, not something that comes up on a regular basis. It has not been questioned by the AG's office. That's why I called him to start with. There is no opinion out there on this one. So my standard answer of all things being equal, would I try to steer away from that? Yes, I still would. Do I think that you absolutely have to right now, that there's some smoking gun case? No. There's nothing that indicates they cannot do that. The worst case scenario, if you have people who serve in those two roles, and I realize we do, that if anyone ever challenged them expressly, and the AG's office or a court ruled that, nah, this one's got enough problems that we're going to say they can't do this, there's no monetary penalty, there's no other major culpability issue they are just required at that point, under the statute that I cited, to give up the first position. So if you were elected to the township, subsequently, which is every person's individual duty to determine, yeah, I'm going to accept that position, or no, I won't. If it was found that that was a conflict and the dual element of this is violated, they would be required to give up the first position that they had held in exchange for keeping the second. That's it. That's the worst case scenario for these people. So, the short form answer I'm giving you is not an absolute black and white, because there isn't one. Is it an absolute prohibition? No, it's not. No, it's not. Certainly in the private versus public sector, like if you want to serve on a board of directors in a number of circumstances and be a county commissioner, yeah, you can. You always want to consider carefully the appearance of impropriety, but that's more of a pragmatic consideration, not a legal prohibition. Because one is public and one is private, so I want to make sure I finish making that clear. In this case, I would say that these are, planning and zoning has been looked at, certainly in the city and municipal settings, as a public officer. So it does have at least the potential to be governed by incompatibility, which is where I started when I first was asked about it. And then it becomes an issue of, okay, do we, can we say you absolutely can't? I cannot say that. I can say that, like I said, if I were being really cautious and we had plenty of candidates to serve in those positions, would I try to kind of steer away from it if I could, all things being equal? Yes. Would I tell you that you have to kick people off? No, I won't. And if you want to get an absolute, I'm happy to take this, put it into a request for the AG's office, but I will tell you, under normal circumstances, a couple of months, and today, I wouldn't even venture a guess when we get a response. They're partially staffed. You get through to them if you're, push it hard enough to get somebody on the phone.
Know the right people.
Yeah, have their cell phone number, which I've used. And some of them, you call them at home. I mean, they're working from home in some cases.
I'd like to thank you, Brad, for giving us your trail, because I couldn't follow your trail before you started on this, but I can follow your trail from what you said. So.
Well, and then this one got to be so long. When I read it on Saturday, I thought, I send this out, you guys are going to be calling me. Because it goes through all of that and all these different what ifs. I've shortened it up. I want to shorten it a little more, give you 3 or 4 pages with the citations that are really pivotal. There's 2 cases in particular that have kind of been followed and cited over and over and over and over again in these AG's opinions. And then there's the legal review kinds of articles and stuff, and I've cited those, and American jurisprudence second, and that kind of thing that puts this all together, because every state observes it in one form or another. It's a question of how much. Many states have specifically passed statutes that say, don't care, no exception. If it's a public officer and an elected position, you don't get to serve in both. Others, this state in particular, Tim Hodge, he was on the school board when he got elected. He stayed on the school board for another 6 months because they were doing their strategic planning. And as long as you can do the job and no apparent conflict arises, and I looked at it in 2018, there's at least 8, 10 of our representatives who are serving on city councils as well as being a representative, which I would not advise either. But they do it. But they do it. So I want to stress to you why, I learned some things myself here as I did this. You can't just say, absolutely not. I will tell you that if I can, but I can't in this instance. You just have to be mindful of what you consider to be the priorities in that kind of an instance. Does it somehow look bad? Do the townships and the zoning board really, as a rule, get at odds? No, they don't. And does the township, they're more concerned about road work and anything else within their particular jurisdiction and their budget that they're going to deal with, as opposed to, well, what's the zoning in our township? It's not, it doesn't, I asked several of them, I don't even know what that is, and so it doesn't come up for a lot of instances.
So can I ask you, in your stack of 40 pages there, do you outline actually what the responsibilities and obligations that townships play?
Yes.
Because I was doing some research and stuff, and actually and people do associated with just roads.
Yep.
But I think it goes a lot deeper than that.
And I figured you would ask, or someone would ask me, so attached to this, and those would stay in, are zoning boards, how they're created, township and county planning commissions, consolidated zoning boards, membership, meetings, powers, establishment, all those statutes, chapter 19, chapter 25, chapter 80, chapter 12, all of those are in here. Because I figured I don't want to have to come back later and do it again.
And in Marion County, just to be clear, our townships don't really do much with roads at all.
That's right.
What they do, primarily their functions are to provide for fire protection in certain instances and cemetery maintenance. Those are the main two things that we see with the majority of our townships.
And I should say that because in the statute, you will see it referenced to the but-for exceptions, like if you have unit road maintenance, whether it's, you know, hey, we've talked about this, we'll give it back to the townships, which is really an interesting experience for the counties that have done it. When I made a couple of phone calls, where we have a countywide, and obviously we have things placed strategically. But anyway, so yeah, that's a good point, and I had to make sure before I went any further with that, but all of those statutes are the ones that are essential, because you start there. If the state legislature has spoken to this, that trumps our, you know, the common law on duality of office or the element of any kind of conflict.
So you said you have all 40 pages?
And then some.
Yeah, can I get a copy of them?
Yep.
I was doing some study, but I don't like bouncing around if you have.
Well,
all.
if you're okay with it, I will just send you the whole thing. I do have it in an electronic file.
Perfect.
That way you can print off what you want, highlight what you want, do what you want.
Yeah, I would like that.
And then I'll probably even gather up some of those other cases and give those to you as well.
Okay.
Some of them are, you'll find that like those AG's opinions repeat themselves.
Yep.
They cite each other. But there are several instances where when Vern Miller was there, he made one ruling, and then about 10 years later, they overrode his opinion. And so you have to kind of read through them to get that sense.
Okay, okay.
So.
And of course, I love reading through that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just didn't want to throw that at you and go, he expects us to do what with this? So I thought, I'll give the overview, and then if you want the rest, that's great.
Thank you for all that work.
Sure, no problem. I just wanted to make
I
sure
can stop now.
we got that part covered. And pardon me if this has already been covered on the Diepenbrock.
They already take care of that this morning.
Did they approve it?
Yes.
Huh. Okay, well, I have a longer lease, and it's fair, in fairness, Bryce, he sent that to me. I did not give, I took the lease similar to what I use for Dale, so we have some kind of a uniform form, and recreated that. If you want to leave it the way it is, there are just some things about it that.
I'll just go ahead and make a motion to amend.
Yeah.
Let me bring that to you, and it's got all the legalese in it. I just would feel better if you had that.
My motion will be to strike the agreement prior to the other signatures it requires, and wait for an agreement from Brad. Second by Randy. All those, any other discussion about that one? All those in favor? Aye.
And then I'm going to presume you also approve that Department of Ag letter that Sharon and, okay, good, that was fine, I didn't have any issues there. We've looked at that in advance. Let's see other general stuff. Valley lease. I will mention this in passing at this moment. I wasn't going to presume to bring something in here. I talked with Tina after the last meeting. We were running really long, so I didn't say it then. April 1 was when the contract for your county counselor expires, so technically I'm not it at the moment, although I'm just doing it as a carryover, which works for me. And I can bring that thing to your next meeting if you would like, whatever you want to do.
Brad, do you have any changes?
No. I don't have the nerve to make any changes to it at this point.
Good for you.
Given the...
You should, Brad.
Gas is cheaper now. So.
Yeah.
I think you should make a change to it. You've been too generous for too long.
No, I do this work because part of it, I really, and I say that sincerely, I like doing. And the county stuff has its moments. It has its moments when it's no fun. But given where we are at the moment, if we get to mid-year, we don't know where this is going to end up. And you're ad valorem in a lot of things. Let's face it, where you're at right now, I don't know where we're gonna be.
See, now, isn't that all over the?
And
We can
so-
talk about that all day. If we
Yeah.
get that same out of everybody.
Well, we would have it made in shade.
So
Yeah.
basically, no, there won't be any changes to it. I'm happy to have a job, let's put it that way.
There you go.
So,
Thank you
anyway.
very
If there's,
much. Bless
there's
you.
no changes to it, then can we just go ahead and make a motion to?
If you wish,
Read it.
I just put the new dates in and give it to Tina and.
I will make that motion to renew Brad's contract
I'll second.
For another year?
for another year.
Okay.
Got a motion, now that that's clarified.
No changes.
In a second.
Second?
Second.
Yeah.
Second, Kim. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Well, now he's a lawyer, now he's just not a flunky.
Now he's actually here. He's
Yeah.
not
That's-
out of the
I was
goodness of his
directing all the
heart.
calls to Tina now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, he threatened to, and I was like, I don't think so.
So, okay, and then the other elements, I think that's everything in that regard. I need an executive session for attorney-client privilege, current litigation, just one item, for 5 minutes, to include the commission and myself. I just need to get a little bit of information on something from the commission.
Okay. I move that we recess.
So you want to share it first?
No, let me do this one first, because the others are all potential litigation, and there's a bunch of them.
And I do believe that Sharon is gonna need an executive session with
She
you
will,
too.
she will, or at least be invited into it.
Okay. So I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss consultation with our attorney-client privilege for pending litigation.
Current.
This is current.
Litigation
Mhm.
for 5 minutes with the board and Brad pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Still holds a second. Second by Randy. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so people that are on the meeting remotely would need to come back at 1:05, or do you wanna give them an extra minute to come back on?
Yeah, they need to have an extra minute to get logged back in.
Okay, so 1:06.
So what's the number of ones that will have to be discussed that are pending?
I'm
What's
gonna
that
end the
number?
call right now, for 6 minutes.
And can they all be done at once, or do they have to be done
I think these can all be done once, because it's a common, it's just an update.
Well,
Trying
that
to-
would be my preference, so running out
Yeah,
every 5 minutes.
I agree.
I hope
agree.
you understand.
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
Good. Hurry.
Oh, hold on.
Wow. Go ahead. Just do
That was
that
up close
right
and
there.
personal.
Sorry, I don't know what it's doing. Oh, because I'm not sharing the screen anymore, that's why. Okay.
I think that's fine. Just the back cameras, right?
Okay.
We've moved through all of the material except for Sharon, so.
Hold on 1 sec. Okay. Everything's on.
Recording.
Oh, no, not on here. Okay.
This conference will now be recorded.
That's what I was waiting for.
I'm sorry.
There you go. There we go. So out of executive session, no action taken. Next thing, Brad?
Second one, this one is, these are all updates on potential litigation matters. There's about a half dozen of them, candidly. Several that will take a while. Probably ought to start with 30 minutes. Let's see how far we get.
Okay.
Sharon will need to be invited in to this one. If you'd like to start with that, we can include her to begin with, and then she can be excused when that portion is over.
That probably sounds like a little easier, less motions. So I've moved that we recess into executive session in order to discuss for consultation with the attorney on pending, or not pending, potential litigation for a time of 30 minutes. The board, Sharon and Brad, pursuant to KSA 75-4319B.
Should I call into the clerk's office?
Second. Kent, seconded.
Yeah, I think that's probably best, Sharon. That'll be the simplest.
Okay.
Okay.
No, second. And any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay.
We'll be looking at 30 minutes, which is
22.
Yeah, 22.
40, okay.
2 signatures now. Official duty. I have a job.
I was figuring you probably wanted to get some blood back in the legs, so.
Yeah, it's too bad. Lisa jumped back in, Laura jumped back in, and we're going to another executive.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I get this completely off. Almost done.
The John need to get out too, so they can't hear. You need to get out.
She kicks me out.
I think I kicked him out.
Okay.
You're out, aren't you, Jonah?
I don't take any offense to it.
No, I understand.
I was used to it at the house. I'm used to it here. It's not a big deal.
Okay, now I'm
He's
turning
got kicked
the
out for other
video
reasons.
camera is going off now.
Your red light.
Okay, out of executive
Wait,
session.
Sorry, one more thing I gotta push here.
Cooperate.
Yeah, it doesn't want to.
How much of a hurry?
Let's see, hold on.
Red light on.
Yep, now we're good.
Here we go.
Okay. Out of executive session, no action taken. I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss with our attorney for consultation on potential litigation for 10 minutes to resume back
How much you got left?
at 1:55 with Brad, the board, and Sharon pursuant to KSA 75-4319B.
Second.
A second by Randy. All those in favor? Aye. 5-0. 5-0.
Okay, I'm gonna end the meeting again. We're going into another executive session. We will be back at 1:55.
Might want to.
I never got back in, so
That's fine.
that was another step.
Okay, that is off.
Red
Gotta
light's
give
on.
No, it's on.
No, it's still
Where it
on.
went?
I gotta go.
Red light's on.
No, it's on. It's on.
It's on.
It's on.
Just
Yeah.
one sec.
And the remote's not working.
Okay, that one's off.
Does Sharon have anything else?
I think that was the extent of it. She wanted to do that when I was here.
She's so happy.
Sharon, do you have anything else?
I do not at this point.
Okay.
All right. Does anyone have any more questions for me?
Hey, we're not
No.
opened up yet, so if they do, they have to wait a sec.
No.
No.
It's a no?
Okay. Why don't we hand him this phone back? It's been going off with a whole bunch of stuff on it. I haven't been reading
Okay,
it.
great.
It might have fired you.
It might have fired me.
Yeah.
I've talked to boss about it. Get that Clorox.
Okay,
I'll put that thing next to my face, so.
I think we're back.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, out of executive session, no action taken. Where do we need to go from here, Brad?
I think that's the extent of it. I just, I don't have anything else today other than what we've already discussed. So you're kind of your public comment or whatever it is you wish to do.
So I don't know of any public comments. I haven't heard anybody, haven't seen any sideline texts. Is anybody else?
As of right now, the only person on the call is Lisa, the appraiser's office.
Okay.
That was Sharon's on, Sharon Olmstead's on.
Hey, Tina,
Yeah.
can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, it's still in that portion of the meeting without going on with public comments.
Yeah, and we do have some more people joining too, so.
It's in regard to our,
Oh, it's Lisa.
update earlier.
Okay.
Can you guys just clarify what you guys want the office protocols to be right now?
Okay, can you, when you turned away, maybe we lost what you were saying. Could you please repeat the question, Lisa?
Sure. Could you guys just clarify what you guys would like protocol for the offices to be right now? Like, are we supposed to be working remotely? Are we supposed to, what are you guys wanting to see? I just want to make sure I'm doing everything you want me to be doing.
Right. No, it's, the only thing I think we brought up was, we still need to maintain the remote if possible, but, you know, keep in touch with your staff through a virtual. Trying to think what else, Randy, do you?
No, just, like I said, you know, it's tough times keeping communication together and stuff like that, and I think department heads are expected to be there in the office and making sure things are going.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of hear what you guys were, I mean, like I said, I apologize if I've done anything not to protocol. I honestly thought that we were supposed to, if we had the capabilities of working remotely, we were supposed to. I have been keeping in contact with my staff daily, just to make sure that everything is good and let them know what I'm working on, just so they know in case there was a question.
Right. I don't think anything was directly towards you. I've noticed other departments maybe struggling to get on board with, you know, it's inconvenient. So I was merely more making a point to, you know, it's inconvenient, but let's still do a good job. Let's still have it.
Right to work from home.
Yeah, it's all right to work from home. We should be encouraging it if you can. It's less exposure.
Also, just wondering, you know, a lot of the offices are trying to not have full staff there, you know,
Yeah,
and
right.
rotate staff. Is that the preference of
Yeah.
the board
Well,
as well?
I made that point clear earlier.
Okay.
You know, by everybody in and out, if you can, if possible, you know.
Okay.
No, it's just been a little pushback on still trying to conduct some of the business that needs to be done with department heads and their staff. And it's almost like it's too difficult, so I'm not gonna do it. And it's, well, we did this, you know, so set an example for the rest of them to follow. We gotta figure out something. We can't not have that connection somehow.
Okay, gotcha. I do have my staff signed up. We are gonna start doing duo for sure. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was all good and everything. Just wanted a little clarification. I appreciate your input, and we'll go on from here. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Lisa. All right, is there anybody popped in? Looks like they might have. I don't see anything.
Yeah, we do have several people on. So are you going into public comment time?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so is there anyone with a public comment?
I'm not seeing
No.
nothing in the chat box, so.
Yeah.
And you didn't get any forward notice,
No.
so, okay. Going on to commission comments.
Reports from the department heads. I see some got here, some didn't. I appreciate the ones that got here and give us some updates on what they was doing and things, so we know what's happening. Appreciate that very much. And then the other one that I would like to make a comment on is the dirt from the transfer station. That was given to me, and I think maybe Jonah too, by another person, one of our people just watching our meeting. And I think that when they called me and advised me that might be a possibility of the dirt to go somewhere else and maybe save the county a lot of money, I went and called that person back since we've done everything and looks like maybe it's a possible go. And I went and called that person and said thank you. And I don't know that they want their name broadcast or anything, but it's just the public watching what we're doing, and if you have a comment, give it to us so we can, because we don't think of them, you know. I mean, I appreciate people giving us comments, so continue it on. And this one, if it all works out, we don't know, it may save us half the money we thought it was going to cost us. So that's all I had.
I might make an additional comment, kind of dovetail on as far as the transfer station goes. I'm a little bit let down with our engineer. None of that property was core drilled that I know of. We've got potentially a $37,000 bill to move dirt. They go dig in another place, we got another potential $37,000. That property is contaminated. There isn't any doubt about it at this point. And we paid big bucks to an engineer that I would expect, first thing he would have ever done was core drill the property and say, you got contaminated dirt on that property. This is gonna cost us enough to where we're gonna have to scale back at some point in time because we can't borrow any more money. We've got a lease purchase out there for X number of dollars, and that's what we got. So just be prepared if we need to start saying we gotta scale back. Because potentially down the road, they go digging on the other side. Your guess is as good as mine, but I think the potential's there.
Oh yeah, it's to be expected, it's there. That's,
And I would like for our engineer to answer the question of why. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but it just seemed like, isn't that a kind of a common sense thing to do?
So, I thought there was, of course, half of them done.
I thought there was too.
How about that done?
You see the report.
it's neither
They
here.
core drilled when they had to get a new permit, Bud did several years ago for a certain area to do something that he had, and they did core drill that. But I don't think it was where we are digging.
Yeah.
I've got a few things, but the department head meetings already covered that, you know. So, I mean, that goes for all of the department heads. I want to see them try, just throw their hands up and say it's too difficult to, you know, stay in touch with their employees somehow, you know, through all this. I was hoping Randy Frank would be back up on here, but I don't see him.
I've been on conference call.
Yeah, I could call him back, but I heard on the news this morning, disaster relief network funding is coming out for improved internet. I want to make sure he's looking into that, taking a look at that. Something that our county needs. Some of our county has excellent internet, some of it doesn't have it at all. So it'd be a prime opportunity to maybe put some people back to work too. They're essential. So then On the East Shore thing we tabled, just wanted to see if anybody's, went to go look at it, or,
I've seen it.
just, and rethought maybe where they are on it, or just those things, but we'll keep it tabled. I just wanna make sure that when it pops back up, it's like, oh, we didn't do anything at all, and currently trying to figure out how to pay for an administrator without an increase to the budget. There's my hot topic for you. I keep seeing the value of an administrator. I keep seeing the savings. I keep seeing somebody that can be on 24/7, because when I got quarantined, it was a blessing, because that all came at me like a ton of bricks, and I was able to stay on top of it. Probably avoided a lot of phone calls for some other people. There's some value there, and I need to figure out all the dollars. I'm close.
The right person will pay for itself.
The right person will pay for itself, and then I also have some feelings about the right person. Brand new job needs to be short term. Needs to be somebody that's planning on retiring. Maybe not worried about who she ticks off and sets the system up right. And administrators know that. They all know you don't sign up for a brand new position unless you're on your way out. You will never be able to appease the public the first time.
There are some monies that we can tap into depending on how conservative we want to be and not spend, but we do spend when certain things come up that certain people want to spend the money on, we spend it.
Yeah.
And there are, and like one of them was mentioned, that EDCD money is still in the budget.
Right.
And there's others.
And then there's also the budget allocation, when it comes to our preparation, there's a $22,000 tag there. I mean, there's ways to get this done.
Sure, and then we also have the pilot money that we just got from Expedition that has not been allocated for anything specific.
We just have to have it black and white. They'll have to have it that way to sell it to the public.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to put it out ahead to give the public a chance to rip me to shreds.
You know what, I personally, I've sang the administrative bell for a long time, because the amount of money that we waste every year is stunning. If the people really had a grip on that,
Yeah.
they'd all be running for an administrator.
And see, like, just the thing with Tetro, the insurance, I've never once been hit by a competitor's, fine or anything. They bring that to me freely,
Well, the problem there was, Jonah, she's done it for several years,
Right.
and these other insurance companies, and there's a lot of work goes into it. And then they recognize that we're not gonna buy from them anyway.
Right.
So they're wasting their time, and they knew they were wasting their time, and that's where the problem came.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that an administrator may have, saved $6,000 right there, $8,000, because.
Could be just 5. But we knew that
Yeah.
going up front. I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
put it in writing,
Yeah.
and we knew it right up front, and that hopefully there would have been a way to vote
Okay.
on. See, but we could have voted on a 3.7% increase, but it was a choice of the commission.
Yeah,
But-
and it's still a good decision. There was a hard choice made, and it was still a good decision, so.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I understand where the insurance agencies are coming from.
We need to study that for a while before we set anything out to the public, though, because they need to look at dollars in black and white.
Well, if we can make it net neutral, I'm all game. So,
It's gotta be somebody out of county.
I would rather look at the applicants. I would rather look at the applicants in black and white, no names, no sex, no anything,
Okay,
and who's
just
got the
A
best.
new family coming in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at
that
the best
has no
person
bias.
for the job.
and is not related to somebody down the line.
And I would want a reference from somebody that's gonna give you a bad reference, because then you can see how they handle business and why somebody might not like them, if they're willing to do what needs to be done.
Oh. One thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I think courthouse needs to order some face masks.
Where are we gonna get them? Everywhere's short supply. Western?
Yeah.
Oh.
You said it was 500 minimum?
Yeah.
I'm not wearing no face mask. You can forget that.
I-
So make it
I-
only $499.
Well,
There's times it'd be nice to have one on.
so what's the,
Who's that?
what's the 500 cost?
They're, what did I say,
County discount now.
there's no discounts.
Let's not be price gouging.
Supply and demand.
Now, that's what I'm afraid of, Jerry.
Last week, they were
How about donating?
like $1 and a nickel last week.
And that's the blank masks?
That's a disposable face mask.
How much are they?
$1 and a nickel, 500 of them.
I guess I would.
50% to the county and 50% from Best Western.
No. He's already laid off all his employees. We gotta figure out how to.
I'm just wondering
This is
how,
my
how,
job
how we
now.
can use them.
I'm out of a
Apparently
job.
the medical field is gonna get the higher dollar ones.
Right. And
But
these are
for our-
to protect you from somebody else. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what these paper masks are for. That they're so that your
See, Phil's
cough
gonna
does
work
not
on that.
spread.
Yeah, if
Are you
you're
gonna wear
coughing, then
one?
you need to be wearing.
Yeah, and you should be
Probably
wearing
at some
one
point,
if
because
you're
I have to,
coughing.
with
But
somebody
shouldn't
from
that
places still.
recommendation come from?
Right now, I'm not doing it, but
Just reminds me
Yeah.
of
I mean,
China.
I would think that they would want to have a.
Randy's
some kind
got
of
the
supply.
information, and I gave it to him.
Yeah, what does Deidre have?
Well, they're
Deidre.
in the same office.
I know.
He was gonna share with everybody.
Okay.
But is it
Where in the heck
$7
are
a
you
piece?
getting hand sanitizer?
Huh?
Where in the heck are you getting hand sanitizer? Everybody's out of that.
You
No,
don't
they're
think
not.
That would be better.
It's coming, they're shipping it in,
Yeah.
and a lot of people are making it. We got 4,000 bottles being made in Dallas. You know, he had the plastic bottles, making the hand sanitizer someplace.
So.
Everybody's adjusting.
Mhm.
There's a lot of face masks being worn, I can tell you that.
Or you see more and more.
Yeah. It opened my eyes up Saturday morning.
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
I knew that you had to wear a mask.
It's
Well,
a,
that's the
it's
new
CDC
CDC guideline.
recommendation.
yeah.
Yeah, they're recommended, but I
It's-
just seen
it's-
a lot of.
it's
I seen
only
a lot of people,
recommended. It's
Wichita
not
Saturday
required.
at 9 o'clock,
You're out-
standing in line.
out and about.
mask.
But
Grocery stores.
think about that mask, I mean, that makes you feel a little
I
better.
agree.
What?
That mask will make
I've
you
always
feel a
felt
little
that.
better about
I
it.
agree with that.
I went in the grocery store for the first time since quarantine, so I've been out of the loop for a long time. I felt dirty, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've been so safe
Get gun shy, huh?
that I went in there for the first time and had to readjust to just seeing the shelves.
Half empty, huh?
I mean, it was different. It's different from my perspective because I didn't see it all happening.
You seen people running around and sitting up talking, or just zooming in and out,
I seen people that were not really wanting to stand by each other.
Yeah.
It was,
which is good.
which is good. I was impressed with them.
And a lot of the businesses have put down marks.
Yep.
The other bonus, the masks I found, if you have them, especially if you get it so it really covers, if you make these kinds of proposals about an administrator, and the people out there that really want to scream at you, they can't recognize you as readily, you may be able to get through a store without anybody knowing you guys are there.
I usually bring the comedy to the tour, so, all right, thanks.
It's like an
Now you just
invisibility
fully put me out of a job. I'm gonna have to talk about your contract. So, what was that? All right. Got anything else?
I don't know, do we need to make a motion, boss, on?
That's what I was wondering whether we want to, I mean, that's.
I was wondering if that needed to come from Deidre or not.
I mean, do we have a need for it?
I think it's.
Or does the department?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if some of the employees would wear them if
Because
we had.
in the next 2 or 3 weeks, you're probably gonna be required to wear them.
Well, I
all
mean,
the time.
because asymptomatic people are spreading it. They don't even know they have it.
Right.
And it's a simple cough from smoking a cigarette. It could be anything. and they're catching somebody else up.
I don't know, ever since I've watched the United States, it was settled. Go back to history in the east and
Yeah.
south, and so, but anyway, then here it all comes across, and if you watch the Cone 19 map, it's coming about to Kansas now. I don't think we've seen
No,
the high.
we're 2 weeks out yet.
And so I just saying, it's coming, moving across our country. Sure, there's some states up there that's not even, what do you say?
They don't even have stay-at-home orders.
Stay-at-home orders.
Nebraska,
yeah.
South Dakota, North
Yeah.
Dakota.
Yeah,
There's 8 of them.
but anyway, I
They
just,
wouldn't abide by it. Look at Kansas, they
well,
wouldn't abide by
if
it.
it's not $1 a piece,
Oh,
$2
we
a
went from a
piece,
C
it's
to
less
an
than
F.
$1,000 in a day for 500.
So,
Yeah,
Five something, yeah. I'd make that motion.
I
to buy
can see what,
that mask to start with, to see how they're used and see if we need
minimum order quantity,
500 of them.
okay, which type?
Well, I think the dollars, so. I think it's just the,
huh?
that's the one on the left, isn't
One
it?
on the blue
No,
one.
it's
The blue one? Oh, it's the blue one,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
The little
Cool.
cheapy one, yeah.
Okay,
Because
Okay.
the N95s are supposed to be for medical people.
Yeah, I will second that motion that Randy made for a minimum order of
See,
paper masks.
see if it got available.
yeah.
Whose budget you gonna take it out of?
I don't know.
Health Department?
Said,
Risk management.
risk management,
Yeah.
yeah, risk management is possible.
Randy's
And we can list this
$20,000.
COVID.
Right.
So you guys all wear a mask, and then I'll be safe.
There you go. Well, that's what it's actually about. It's
I got
about
one in
keeping
my
us
truck,
safe,
you know.
or keeping us from getting you sick.
There you go.
It's-
You're at least thinking of me today.
Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, go ahead and buy them.
I guess
Keep
I
me
can't-
safe.
I just think,
I really wanted you to wear one.
Well, she'll have to since you guys got them for the county, so.
we can make it a rule,
Nuh-uh.
everybody wears one in the courthouse.
Anything else?
I mean,
It could.
I mean, we don't wanna jump off the cliff.
Yes, we
Well,
do.
the mask,
Oh, we don't.
the
Yes, we
mask
do.
is not off the cliff.
Huh?
Restricting people from getting stuff done is off the cliff.
Yeah.
We didn't do it for the HN1 flu or any other flu. or
The
that
problem
stuff,
is
you
the
know.
only data we have to go by is the scary data. Until we can get some antibody tests, and I'm planning on getting on the phone with KDHE here in a minute. Because I griped at them on the 16th already.
You wanna give blood, don't you?
Where the antibodies tests were, where are we at? And now it's been a month almost later,
You
you
need to
know?
donate blood so they get somebody else.
No, those
I
were
don't-
just people that were positive.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever had it.
Oh, that's right.
I
You were
just,
just-
I got,
you
I
were
just got
quarantined.
quarantined. I got jailed without any due process.
You weren't sick.
That's what's upsetting is people,
You don't get
you
any
know,
more.
we need them to step up and get them tests here.
Well, you didn't have to go to the Colorado.
Yeah, well, didn't have to have a retroactive order either.
Haven't seen trouble again.
I make a motion to adjourn.
All right, second.
Well,
All
thank
those
you
in
for
favor?
that. That's a lot of information.
Aye.
Don't forget to send me that stuff on the township.
Okay, I will. I'll forward
Appreciate
it.
all your hard labor on that.
We'll see you guys later.
Gonna,
They were $1.05 last week.
So I don't have to take this thing with me every week now, right? Because we pretty much got
You
this
don't want to
set
print
up.
that in the paper.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to print that in the
Okay.
paper.
yeah, unless you
You
want
were
to
set
follow
it up
the
in
agenda
meeting.
closer.
That was
You
priced
sit pretty
last
close to
week.
the TV.